Hello, good afternoon, welcome. I'm Wormsayer 2146. It's Thursday, 26th of January 2023. We're back in our modded Factorio factory today, the Krastorio 2 space exploration combination, with a few other quality of life mods added into the mix to make my life a little easier, but it has been a nice complicated time so far, which is I suppose the point of these mods together especially. Nothing particularly different to the base game. It's the same game, just with more levels and depth to it. So it's been good fun diving into that. Good session last time, upgrading our whole factory to the next tier of belt speed and the next tier of smelting speed as well. So a little bit of capacity left here to keep progressing in our starting base layout before we ultimately grow to something bigger and probably based on a railway network, which I would like to start today. I'm optimistic we'll get to that point. First thing we need to work on today is what we were halfway through at the end of the last session, which is getting petrol and petrochemicals connected into the base so that we can produce the next tier of like science card to do some more research with. So let's hop back into the factory and catch up with where we were on that. I left myself some helpful notes on the map. I remember doing that. I thought I would need to. It's a little extra coal we're going to need to feed in to various places. Then we're going to pump the petrol, which we're currently creating down here, up to the top here, turn it into plastic and sulfur, and connect various other elements to create the blue tech chips. So that's the general plan for the first thing we need to do today, and then depending on how long that takes, that'll change what else we're able to achieve today, I suppose. We'll see how far we get. I've a vague idea in my head about how I want to lay out our rail network, so it'd be nice to maybe just play around with that and get the design nailed out at the very least. So we'll see how that goes. One thing I do remember is we can fit 2 more refineries in that section, so I'd like to make 2 more and make that happen. Just need a bit more iron, and then we're going to need a bunch of pipes, which I've got. Should be enough on me. We'll get that petrol moved up here. 7 meteors just landed. Only 1 in range of us. Nothing got damaged, but 7's a bit much. That's worrying. I did look up how that system worked because it's been annoying me a little bit. So I looked up how the meteor system works, and there's nothing to be done for it. They're going to fall, and meteor defense is an option, but not perfectly effective. So it's something we have to deal with in the mods. Go a little bit to the left here, that'll be fine. Move them down or over this way. Line up with the edge of there. These connected in. There, good. And then let's get this output put together over the side here. Just line things up on our power grid. Guess on the left. Then we're going to run up through somewhere. Yeah, not entirely sure where. I guess there, next to those belts would be nicest. So we're going to go up the side of there and then cut in. Little storage for it to come into over here. Have I done that there in line with them? So like that. That won't. I might have problems up there. We'll see. No big deal. These lines up nicely in a row at the front here. Plug them in. There we go. Petroleum gas being produced. Yes, like I say, run this up to the north. yeah, just in a slightly bad spot on that one. Fine, we'll run it shorter. Keep it in this line. Happy with that. One more up. Then we'll come over. Make sure we put those corners in so that it actually does flow. Doesn't quite line up good there either, but I think we will, rather than doing undergrounds, we'll just run it short to there. Fine with that. We, at the moment, cutting through the stone because I don't expect we're going to use it, but I guess we ought to go around it. Let's do so. Put the power poles out so we can see where things are going to go, and then we'll cut to the left and go around it. Need more power poles. It's not great where that falls, but might be a machine there, so we should do the turn there. Cut over this way. Want that to be there ideally. Cut to the right again here, or perhaps stay where it is for now. Yeah. To lay out perhaps the smelting bits that are going to go here for glass and silicon. Then, depending on where they output, might change how we do that. Don't know. Not really. I think this is fine. Let's assume that we're going to get more stone at some point, and then leave a little space for the belts to run.
I will follow you if you wish.
Ooh, something funny's happened there. I've had a follow on StreamerBot that's not come through on Twitch. It's like, yeah. Hey there. Hello, no, nice to see you again. You definitely did follow yesterday as well. How funny. Something weird happened there. But nice to see you, regardless of what Twitch is up to. Might have just been my my bot for the alert doing something funny. Lots of stones in the way here, just going to chop them all out of the way. Not sure what we're going to need to build here, but quite a lot, I think. That's all good. Bring our power poles up a little further. Yeah, we'll assume we're going to need the rest of this gap to bring lines of stone out at some point. Leave a gap and we'll put the first machines where I'm stood now. Did make a few plants, so let's lay a couple out so we know where we're working with. Need to make plastic and sulfur, but probably not that much. We can use the planner to take a look. If we're going to make the 120 blue tech cards, which is the same rate that we're making the other coloured cards at, going to need one making sulfur, half of one making plastic. like all of it. Yeah, because unlike vanilla, there's silicon involved and everything, so there's less plastic, I guess. It's just to make this much. We can make more to have spare, but I think that's not a bad place to start. We'll just make one plastic and one sulfur. But obviously leave space to expand that as we go, just in case we can fit more in this initial base. Leave a gap and then have the other one there, so that can be sure, sulfur, that can be plastic. Gonna need to bring water over here as well. Gonna need a pump to do that. Nearest water's just south of here a little bit. It's probably the easiest way of getting it up, I guess. Don't want to bring the water that's down here even further than that. There is some water over here, which is actually very close. Still not sure how much water the greenhouses are going to consume and whether this stuff running through them is going to be okay. That might be easier, is to just run the water over from that edge, or run another line of it out of that tank and around. Let's do that. Because that's like nearby-ish and vaguely in line as well. Won't need that pump then, cancel that. We do sulfur second and running it around the top, it'll be pretty close. Another output from the tank might be nice, or perhaps just another tank. Do that. Run this over to the west. Swap them round, make that one plastic instead. And then, don't necessarily need another tank here, but I do like having tanks everywhere to see where resources are. Yeah, I'm going to put that on that connection.
Who are you? I've been waiting here for ages, hoping someone would come along.
Hello, Mondo. Thank you for raiding in. Nice to see you. Hope you had a good time in your stream this morning. Everyone else who was there enjoyed it too. I guess I want a tank there as well, actually. Something different than usual. Yeah, that's good. Good to try, isn't it? Good, we successfully have petroleum up here. We might need a pump to drive it from down here up that pipe work to here, but for now the gravity of it will do fine. Connect that into that one. So that one's making sulfur already. Perfect. How's the factory going? We're all good. We're like I say, it's not that different to like vanilla Factorio in terms of like the processes, so I'm still quite comfortable with everything we're doing so far. Probably change when we end up in space, but we'll see. And we've got a good thing going in our base here at the moment, production of everything we need. Just get our petrol plugged in and we'll advance our technology tier again, which will be interesting. I'm feeling good about the factory so far. We need to connect coal or the plastic, which I'm going to just pull off the line that's down here. Run it about there. And then relatively soon we'll improve the coal supply so it's more than one line running past in case that's an issue. Shouldn't be for now because how little plastic we're making, but soon. Make some dinner, no problem. Have good eats. Let's run that behind here. We'll have plastic out that front. I've run out of inserters. Okay, let's go grab some. Try and empty my inventory as well. Just chatting, yeah. I've seen that on the other channels where the BTTV turns the name of the category into the emote. Are they interesting if you put the speech marks in, it doesn't make it? Weird. Inserters are this way. We're a bit short of long-handled ones as well. Let's grab some of them. That should do us for a little bit longer. Sulfur out there, good. So we want to, or I want to, feed them into like the bus system, but they could go in counterflow. I want to take them up and over at the right height. So if I extend the power lines from the top of the line now, then we'll know where we're heading. And yeah, clear out some of these rocks on the way through, bit by bit. Flatten out some space to work in. That's a meteorite. I don't think that's going to get in the way. It's just far north enough. Don't want to dig them up unless I'm ready to handle the uranium that can spawn from inside. The line. If we keep running this to the west, then we'll be able to line it up, work out where we're going to be. Mini-map for roughly where we should be. Gone a bit far, I think. Yeah, I reckon one too far. Head down here. Guess when I need to bring the glass and the silicon up this same area. It's going to be like glass, silicon, plastic, sulfur. More meteors inbound. 6 this time. Pretty unlucky. Odds of getting even more than one meteor are quite small, relatively. It's like half the chance each time, something like that. 50% chance of getting a second and then 25% chance of getting another, and so on. Getting 7 and then 6 is quite unlikely. Good, we got some sulfur, some plastic flowing. Now let's remove this marker because we've done that. Then I'm going to set up the glass and silicon smelting. For glass we need to crush sand, and then for the silicon we need to wash quartz. No. Wash sand to get quartz, so we need sand to go both ways, which means we need some extra stone. Did wonder about doing that here. I did see that the amount needed is really quite small for what we're doing. We don't necessarily need to overbuild. I was curious about being able to do all, like the next science tech card here as well, without like mass expansion, which I mean we need room to expand silicon and quartz, silicon and glass, but don't really know. As it stands, we need 1 furnace doing glass, 1 furnace doing silicon, another 6 doing, so 7 glass, 1 silicon. It's not that big. I mean, not as big as like what 1 cell of copper is doing for sure. So we might like squeeze it on the edge here, or something at a different angle, or something like that is all I'm thinking, rather than making a full cell when we don't need it. Won't need it, for example. Yeah, probably should do less. Why don't we use the factory plan to look at the next tech card, and then we can decide. Yellow science is the next like technology based one. There, rocket tech card. So we want to make the same 120 for an example. Need some complicated stuff. So basic tech cards is nothing really. Satellite telemetry. We have different options of how to make that. Make 100 using, well, basically ingredients you would to launch a rocket. Low density rocket control, rocket fuel, heat shielding, and a satellite. What if we have to launch, like this is what it's saying, you have to launch a satellite. Yeah, it's like a rocket and a satellite, and then you get telemetry back. That would make sense. So I reckon, don't know how you make a space probe rocket. It might be the same ingredients as that. This is kind of irrelevant. Let's take a look. No, they're very different. Don't believe we can make a holmium solenoid from this planet. Don't have holmium. Yeah, so that's not, that recipe is not going to be an option. Need to use that one, I guess. It's done in a cargo rocket silo. Sure. Low density structures. The simple recipe, that one, the one like vanilla. Rocket control units. Rocket fuel is probably fine. Don't think we need to worry about how we're making that. Apparently we do. Hydrogen chloride and oxygen, or ammonia and oxygen, or light oil and oxygen. That's, don't know which one of those we're going to use. Let's assume light oil and oxygen. Heat shielding. Probably, yeah, this one. And a satellite, of course. Needs advanced circuits. Let's hold off on that until we've seen all of them. Same with low density. And rocket fuel. Okay, we're adding more to it. Radar I can add, as well as panel and accumulator. It's a complicated chain. It's to plan out. Let's add those on. Steel plate fine, steel furnace fine, electronic components we want to add on. So that's glass and silicon. But not yet. We want to do all of the advanced circuits, then all of the electronic components. These are all kind of lower level stuff because the batteries are going to need sulfur. Add those onto the list. Those circuits won't. There's silicon, there's glass, that's fine. So we've blown out everything I care about, I guess. So now low density can go back on. And I want to see sulfur, plastic, glass and silicon. So in order to do the yellow science we need the 3 more factories making sulfur, 3 more making plastic, 5 more making glass, 3 more making silicon. That's what I wanted to know. It's not a huge amount more, that's fine. Also want to know out of curiosity, black science. Don't necessarily need any military because we're playing peaceful on this planet, but it could be a gateway to certain mod research that we do end up wanting. This is made from research data and electronic components. Research data has nothing that's difficult to make. So it's just the electronic components which do need plastic, glass and silicon. 1 of each. Okay. Why don't, I mean, we might as well line all that up now. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to get these all done in the space we're working in without like a mass refit, but we can try. Even if it's not like perfectly efficient, we might be able to do some research that progresses us. So add 1 of each. 3 more sulfur, 4 more plastic. Let's do that first. One, 2, 3, 4 more plastic. 3 more sulfur. Just need to make some more chemical plants. Scoop some more material so we've got stuff to work with. Then glass was the first plan. Where have we landed on that? 1 from here. 6 or 5.1. Uh, 6.1, 12 points, so 13 in total. It's probably worth laying out a bit nicer. Like leave a gap, that coal can stay where it is. So we'll leave a gap and then go here. Yeah, like that. Yeah. It's 4, 8, 12, 14. No. 3, 4, 5, 6, that's 12. That's 14, which is more than, slightly more than we need, but that's all good. They're going to make glass. The way we've got this in the factory plan is quite hard to read, so I think we might do this different. Might completely destroy my mind, but I'm going to try and put them all together. See how we go. I'm going to ask for 120 military cards, 120 chemical cards, 120 rocket cards. Oh yeah, researched, yeah, that's fine. Not everything needs exploding out because it's simple and I don't care yet. They need out. That one needs that recipe. Needs these exploding out. What's the next? Components? No. Red chips probably. Then the electronic components. Low density structures. Looks good. It's everything I can see that it's a little complicated. Battery, sulfuric acid, sulfur, plastic, glass, silicon. Silicon needs quartz. Quartz needs, so sand would be the next step. Yeah, that's fine. Other than the basic stuff, that's everything I want to consider at the moment. I want to know these totals. Interesting, sis. So 4 plastic, 2 sulfur. I've missed something then. Definitely missed something. Or got the maths wrong the last time. Something else that needs sulfuric acid, I thought. Okay, control unit hasn't been. That'll be white. Let's roll them back. Don't know actually if adding it just updates it or adds a new line. Try. So if we've currently got batteries at 7.5 and I want to add these ones on top, adds a new line. Yeah, fine. So I'll roll that back. Low density can stay. So the next, add the rocket control unit, and the next bit is batteries. No, can't stay. Hang on. Roll that all the way back for advanced circuits to be added. Electronic components we can look at then. Batteries can come out. That's sulfuric acid and sulfur. Still not the number I'm expecting. I missed the low density structure. That's okay. That goes in then plastic, glass and silicon, quartz and sand. That's saying 4 plastic, 3 sulfur, which is not what we built. Unless I just rounded up last time, a bit too far. Can't see anything else here that would use sulfur or plastic. That didn't, did it? No, just iron plate. Heat shielding. That uses sulfur. Okay. Let's add that on. Remove the sulfur and add it back on. But yeah, 4.5 making sulfur. Do you actually need another one? Fine. I did just miss a lot. This is a lot to put through a single level on the planner, which is going to confuse my brain no matter how I try and do it. And separating it out is not necessarily going to make that any easier from the looks of it. 5 making sulfur, 4 making plastic. We need to change how we plug this in though. Move the inserters over a little. That should be good. Outputs on this side. Balance the sides different if we want. Doing that instead of that. The sulfur needs water plugging in. It's not the nicest way of doing it, but it is, I guess, how we usually do it. Probably going to need some more pipe in a second. We can't fit the petrol in this way anymore, so we need to do that further out. Which doesn't fit there because of that pole. No other way of doing that. Connect it different down here. Do the job, but we do need to go grab some more pipes, underground pipes. Do that. Finish one thing before trying to juggle too much. Go get the pipes, do that, and then come back and figure out the next thing. If we can find where I left them. I think they're just here. Yeah, just on the end here. 150. Don't have enough above ground, so that's fine. Guess I'm just trying to work out whether we put the crushing on the other side. So I plan to put like crushing of the stone on the left side behind the cell if it was full sized, but we could put it in this gap somewhere, feeding the other way round. Neither here nor there really, I don't think. Be a bit messy either way. Mallard, hello, welcome in, nice to see you. Is this power pole on purpose? Haven't unlocked level 2. We have got level 2, but it is still on purpose. I think we've got level 2. We've got medium poles. This is how I lay my power out in general in vanilla to begin with. I didn't realise until we'd got further into the game that the medium electric poles have a wider coverage in the mod than they do in vanilla. So this layout will leave them overlapping. So we would, if we switch to the medium, probably want to spread them out more, which doesn't fit with the way the machines are laid out. I'm inclined to wait until I've got substations before I rearrange anything. And we've not, I wouldn't say we've suffered at all. Here and there I put a medium pole in if it won't reach all the inserters I want it to. Just like on a specific point or something like that. Switch that over to that as well. Good, so that's sulfur and plastic taken up to the right, or a bigger number of machines. As we'll see whether they're right or not. Glass then. Interesting, curious. Yeah. Just, you know, following what I usually do in the game. It's my first time playing these mods, so wasn't aware of the difference in power coverage. But yeah, substation should be fine. I think you're right about that. Yeah, it's just as soon as we get the blue tech cards flowing, we can get substations, and then the next layout we need to build in, we can use those for instead. Or if, I don't know, I mean, we'll see how it goes. I know there's a upgraded substation too, so we'd then need to redesign again, I guess. That's a long way in the future, but that'll have even bigger coverage, I suppose, which would need a redesign. Not a big deal. Planner. Glass is going to be 13 in total, so we'll do 14, that's fine. I need 3 pulverizers doing like a full yellow belt of stone, which means they're going to produce more than a red belt of sand. Just interesting. Have to be careful about how we output that. Just can't just output it onto a single belt. Fine. What else do we need? We're going to need 4 filtration plants as well. So 3 pulverizers, 4 filtration plants. Let's get them made. A pulverizer. Concrete. Interesting. You haven't unlocked the Mark IIs yet, but yeah, the pylons as well. I'm aware of them. Where are they in the research chain? .64 tile connection range. 64 square power supply area. Yeah. On substation. We may have to abandon my nice neat grid of power when we when we get these things unlocked. Lay things out differently, don't know. I don't think we're making concrete, so if I want pulverizers, I need to set that up as well. What if we swap the pulverizers to crushers? We'd need 6 of them. Probably easier at this point because I can just make crushers. Go with that for now. I guess I'll want concrete at some point, but we don't already have it. Let's not complicate things more. Stone input into the sand. Is 29 drills. Somewhere here I should be able to tell it the level of mining efficiency we've got, but I don't know where. No big deal. It's only like 10% at the moment, which isn't a huge deal. Oh, it's down there. It's doing it automatically. Fine. So yeah, 29 of them. It's not a rock. Some of these are not going to cover much. Just build the ones that have a meaningful amount of stone underneath them. What's that? 23. Should have a chest of drills somewhere. We can grab some more and then add the extras needed. Mine, we can get your loads. Yes. It's how we split it off after we're mining it. So if we feed them all together up the top, like these ones are, and use the splitters to balance the lines, spread the lines, I guess not balance, but spread the lines, then we can just mine whatever and throw them together. In this case, because I don't necessarily want to send it up there to combine it and bring it back down, they're going to pull out the bottom here. Just want to make sure we got enough I could overbuild, that's not a big deal. It would be nicer to just make sure we got enough and feed it directly into the direction it should be going, for now, until we need to expand. So that's one away, isn't it? 29 and I'm at 28, yeah, one more. One would be alright. It's annoyingly in the way. Sides aren't going to be very balanced at all. Just bring them together there. Bring them together there, go under there. Balance it out a bit. And we'll do the crushing on the left side here. Which is going to be a little awkward. 1.3 belts going to come out of 5.2 machines. Who needs what? Quartz needs half a belt. Glass needs 0.8 of a belt. Two-thirds of what we're making to a third of what we're making. So we send 2 machines to quartz and 4 machines to glass. Should be okay. Glass is not terrible to start with, yeah. Yeah, we needed very little so far to build like a couple of machines and stuff. And yeah, solar doesn't seem like a great answer ever, but especially in this mod. But now, yeah, we need not a huge amount to get the next 2 or 3 sets of research card. We need a little bit down here. It's not a huge amount. Very workable for the the level we've got of other technologies at the moment. Big machine though, always annoying. Move it over 1. Solar's good, yeah, in space, yeah. Or on, as I understand it, certain alien worlds. Are better than others. Solar production. But I don't know, in terms of effort or space, I guess, or room to build, more condensed stuff seems simpler for us. This is one of the cases where I'll upgrade a couple of posts to be bigger ones. I had enough of them. That'll give us enough coverage on the edge of these buildings to do the inserters. Although with the throughput we're looking for here, we might want loaders, not inserters. See how that goes. Some moons are okay, yeah. Yeah, you'll find out when we get out there. You're right about that, yeah, definitely. Make the decision as we need to, rather than worrying about it now. I guess there's enough. There's enough in the mods that I shouldn't get ahead of myself. Okay, so we're going to take those 4 into the input of these. Going to need fuel as well. So how's the... if we're inputting 0.8 of sand, we're going to need... we can share about in that case. 0.4 each side will be fine. Do that usual thing here. Feed that into that side and feed coal into there. Again, we'll improve our coal supply shortly, so it's not just one yellow line running up here. Balance inserters by dropping near and far. I don't think that's in the mods. Oh, you can. Well, would you look at that? I had no idea that was in this set of mods I had. Do you know which mod is doing that? Simplifies a whole bunch of things. Part of Krastorio. Interesting. Thank you for the tip. Appreciate that. We put 2 of them near and 2 of them far. That'll balance. I'm used to only having that if you have like Bob's Inserters mod or something like that, which I just figured we didn't have it, but very nice to have that actually. Very good. Thank you. First time for you too. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. No, it's good to share the tips you have found that I haven't yet. That's glass out. Run that up here. Not that. Let's leave another gap. Run it up there. That'll be glass. So now we need to wash the sand to get quartz. Again, another big building. Processing fuel is worth it. Yeah. I've seen that. Obviously not something I'm used to spending time doing. So we've got... I'm not sure what fuel options we've really got. Obviously the processed fuel is good for... No, that's the one we want, isn't it? That kind of thing. No, good for vehicles. And then there's another one we had that I can't remember. Like you refine it, right, in the refinery. And it adds 10% extra fuel value to each unit. Which isn't a big deal when you've got like big supply of everything, I guess, but like as power expands and the coal consumption there increases, especially if we like had a higher level of boiler or something like that, then I can definitely see the value of that. Even 10% would be significant bonus. Your processor, loading coal and get out, yeah, processed fuel. It's quite a simple process, I guess. And let's sandbox that. Is it that one, processed fuel? In the fuel processor, yeah. And we would use coal to do it. One machine produces 1 per second using 91 coal in. Slightly more than a belt of coal. Gets you 2/3 of a belt out. It'd be a little bit messy, but it'd be fine. You run 3 lines of coal in. No, not 3. 2 would be 1 1/3. Yeah, 3 lines of coal in, 2 lines of fuel out. Then lasts longer, which makes a big deal. But yeah, a few machines to make a full belt. Yeah, that'd be pretty good to set that up with like with loaders. You just feed coal in and take processed fuel out the other side. Obviously, we specifically need coal to do plastic, for example, or to make coke. You need coal specifically. So, for simplicity, having belts of coal running everywhere is working for us. But you're right. If we got to a point where we needed more fuel for the smelting, that's like a dead simple way of getting more fuel for smelting. Even wash them through. Be interesting. Another bigger pole on that one. Inputs there, inputs there. Ah, no, that doesn't work. We need inputs for them. Let's move them along instead. In there and in there. Out there. Full smelting belt uses like 6 fuel a second. Yeah. Uses the yeah, I know what you mean. It's less important when, like, for example, our starting coal is 4.4 million, which is still not a huge number, but it's enough that I don't need to worry about it like as a priority necessarily. And if we connect up 47 million of coal, then like reducing the load on that isn't such a big deal. If you were playing with like default resource values, then it would be a bigger deal. Although I still like the idea of just doing it because it's an efficient thing to do. Them as well. "45 hours in, used for up 4 million coal." Yeah, I mean, yeah, you use a lot more than in vanilla, that's for sure. But you're going to have to connect more in than you usually would, and that's fine. I would plan on doing that anyway, really. Can I tell it? So you can change the drop lane, but you can't change the grab lane. So you can't get it to prioritize grabbing from the other side. That's okay. Not a big deal. We're just going to connect this water up to the line we ran over for sulfur. And hope that there's enough in that line. Guess we'll find out. Like, if it's not enough, then we'll set up a new pump at that point. Good, that's filtering. These guys need inserters, obviously. We need to set up the actual silicon smelting. It's just, yeah, cook the quartz, I guess. Not simple. Is simple, I mean. Filtering through 4. Hopefully it's all good, all good. It'll be close enough, I'm sure. We just need 4 furnaces making silicon, which is very little. Let's change what we're doing with the coal here. Splits off into that one and then carries on to come into the next one. Shame that doesn't quite line up, but there we go. I just need to go grab some more belt. This will be good. Let's just dump inventory while we're here. Something's not right, seemingly. Sand isn't making it to the end of the smelting. It is now, but it's backlogged now. Don't know, might be okay. I haven't necessarily split, like the 2-4 split isn't necessarily good enough. Might need 4.1 for the glass or something. We may need to do that differently. And we've got 4 filtration plants when we should have 3 point whatever, which will over-consume. There's belts. Have I got enough? Got enough underground and splitters for now. Keep us going for a while. Set the recipes and don't assume they're going to do the right thing. Yeah, I'll leave that for now. We'll be happy with that for now. Can come back later if things aren't quite right and change the way that they're delivering the goods in. Just run these lines the way they're supposed to be going now. Start working out how we make well, blue science chips to begin with. Let us actually start researching again, which will be nice. Meteorite is going to get in the way. Could go underneath it, I guess. Fine, no uranium. Stop them around here. Not sure how we're going to build things down there yet, so not sure where we're going to need to pull them off. It's close enough for now. Power covering the area, and then we'll go back to the planner and work out what we're doing. May now separate it back out into individual elements and create separate levels to make planning the specifics a bit easier. And even though we are making blank cards down here somewhere, I don't think I'm going to like expand it down there and bring them up. We'll make a new blank card maker up here. Probably let's make blank cards for all three first, and then work on each one individually after that, I think. Most interesting thing you've had so far? Yeah, it's in vanilla. You stay with yellow belts for a very long time, and they're perfectly efficient for a very long time, and you don't need to build that big for them to stay relevant. Whereas here, red has been like upgrading from yellow to red has been well worth it. The production is obviously complicated, but not that bad. Just a whole bunch of iron, and then like the return on it is good. And yeah, I don't even know where blue belt is, or beyond that. But you obviously have to get through. I guess you have to get through lubricant to get there. No idea. But I wouldn't want to go that whole, like, beyond this point, still using yellow. We'd need so much space. It was after space, yeah. Yeah, makes sense. Well, you know. Space loader. Based off space logistics. Which is... yes, that's where we're going. Through lubricant. To space logistics, and then after space logistics to logistics 3. Yeah, so sorry, yeah, the space logistics are the ones you use in space initially, so yeah, like you say, after that you get logistics 3, which is the blue ones, and then logistics 4. That's not too far in. It's a few of the space science packs. You need inertium. Okay. Yeah, it's... the tech is massively expanded, that's for sure. Okay, so we want to combine all blank tech cards. Can use level 2 machines. It creates odd ratios, which I dislike, but we'll go for it. Got plenty to use here. Each of those is a new material, yeah. Yeah. But it's like not as far as the next ones and so on. Relative to the end of the chain, that's pretty close, but still, you know, yeah. Or I suppose it's when you're looking at that's one of the screens that shows every single recipe, like whether I've unlocked it or not. I see what's there in the research list, and I'm like, I have no idea what half of these are going to be like. So that's iron plate, that one we don't need to worry about. 4 machines making cable, 4 making blank tech cards, that's easy enough. And if it's going to be 4 and 4, even though the ratios aren't exact here, we could do direct feeding. Leave a little gap. That one feeds into that one into that one, so on. These first ones make copper cable. Second one makes blank tech card. Copper in that side. We'll filter them to fit iron in as well. The speed of it we can use long-handled. That's copper, that's iron. Discovery tree. Oh, I see. You only see the sciences you can research and not the future ones. That's an interesting approach. Yeah, I can see some fun in approaching it that way. Guess I wanted to be able to like set a target of if I want to go down this route first towards something specific, we can focus that route. But no, I can see the fun in like I say, not knowing what's coming. Let's benefit from this. There's enough blanks for the next 3 types. Kind of running out of space here, but I think we'll be okay. If we need anything that's really long, we're going to have to split it down into multiple rows. Isn't the end of the world at all. Okay, so that's that dealt with. Let's make a separate one so I can see what I'm doing. New tech cards, 120 at a minute. Glass we're just going to pull off the bus. Blank tech cards we've just made here. So we just need to make advanced circuits and sulfuric acid. Sulfuric acid is probably going to be the easier one, so let's start with that. Sulfur off the bus, iron off the bus, water off the bus. So we just need 1 chemical plant, which I don't have. Okay. We need to bring water up here, which, I mean, there's still plenty in the tanks here. I know nothing's really running at full speed, but while it's here, we'll just put it off here. Work out where we're going to put this. It's probably going to go next to where we put the actual final machine, so if we're going to have 11 machines making tech cards, let's do them next. Might fit there. What else is going in? 3 other ingredients. No, we'll leave a gap. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11. Does squeeze the space at the top, but I think I'll go for it. They're going to make the finished card. We're just going to want to feed acid into there. I guess we can use this space for that. Put it down this end. Going to want, actually we're going to want iron plate. Why don't we put it here in this gap? Because we've got iron plate already split off coming there. Like that idea. We'll have them built in a second. Iron plate can go in by long-handled inserter. Acid, I do like having tanks everywhere, so let's do that. Yeah. Then we just need to run water up into there. Isn't too bad, let's plug it into that bit. Sulfur, of course. Gonna need that. It's gonna make sulfuric acid. Yep, perfect. It's gonna feed all their machines. That's those machines and that done. Let's remove that because that's done. So we just need to deal now with the 6 machines that are going to make advanced circuits. Which are going to need electronic components, electronic circuits, stone ones. Copper cable combined, stone tablets, silicon, glass and plastic come off the bus. That's fine, that's what we need to build in. Still only 1 making stone tablets, 6 making cable, feeding into 3 making circuit. Well, let's do it backwards as we kind of got the end product there. So we'll start with the machines making the red. Six machines making 3 inputs. They're not going to fit there, we're going to need to leave a gap. Then electronic circuits next, I guess. Self-contained, 3 of them. Electronic components, I mean. Fine, and then 3 making electronic circuit, 6 making the cable for that, 1 making the tablets for that. Yep, so let's just move them around a bit. That's going to make stone tablet. That kind of electronic circuit. That makes copper cable. There's all the machines. These guys are going to have copper in, cable out. Not like that. This one needs to go up and around. Alternate how they output. And then the stone, yes, stone in, tablets out. These are going to be in outputs. That's a bit too close to that one, so I'm going to move this up. Leave all them on that side. I'm going to have this, even this might need a little bit of extra spacing put in. There it goes. They're going to need plastic, glass and silicon coming in on those 2 belts. An output on that side and they can share that belt coming out. Assume. Green ones. Yeah, they're fractions of belt, they can definitely share. These guys need some of those copper cables. Of course, forgot that. We do need to do that different. Head down this way, around. 2 meteors, we've lost something. To run over and fix that. Move that input to the side so it doesn't interfere with that. And the remainder, I don't like doing that. Don't like doing that. That'll run up that way and split to them. Not so I'm happy with it. Circuit out. Well, I've got no particular consistency to the way I do things. And we can look at how I've done that elsewhere, but it's all much smaller sets where they can like directly feed into each other because the amount required is so low. here it's all just in a row, which might be able to do in this case. It depends on how many copper cables need to go straight into there. Using over half a belt of cable, but some of it's for later on. Yeah, it's a bit awkward because the cable's going to 2 destinations. The biggest awkwardness of it. They're going to need 2 ins, but then they've got nowhere to output, so I want to move them up as well. Yeah. Probably that one too. In which case, everything could move over. Possibly. Not really. No, not happy with that. Let me go fix what that meteor broke while I digest what's going on there. Make some more repair packs. Doesn't look like anything was destroyed, just damaged. I could split it out again. I might prefer that. So the copper cable isn't combined into one spot. We looked at them in another case. Let's try that. Let's start by working out what I'm doing here. I have glass and advanced circuits, so they 0.2 of a belt, 0.06 of a belt, so they can be shared inputs. That side, and then the blues are going to output up there. Sets the age of where we can work. Then we need a input for the blank cards at the back, which we need to upgrade the poles in this area to cover. Best way of covering the middle ones or the back ones. Doesn't really matter. Do them all. I think. Alternate. Just move that inserter over. That'll do. They're grabbing from there. Which is a portion of what's being created there. Again, we've not left much space at the top here, which could end up being a problem. Deal with it when we get there. Okay. So I want to remove copper cable from here. Put that one into there. Put that one into there. So on this end we're going to want 6 to make them and 2 to add them. These are going to make a copper cable specifically for the red ones. Redo how we do these as well. Okay. 3 making components. 1, 4 and 3. Try and fit the components there. See if we can fit all them in a row. Swap that round so they can share an input on that. One, 4 and 3. Not sure about this, we'll see. Copper in to them and them. Going out on that side, we need stone in there. They can go out on the near side. Other way around. That on the far, these on the near. They feed into that, they come out that side to join with the electronic components that are going to come around. I think this will work, a bit more compact. Just need to get stone up to that point. Shame it just doesn't quite reach far enough. We can juggle, but I won't bother. Copper, that's stone. Need to go into there. It's going to join with what's coming around the corner and go down this side. It's not ideal to be long handled on the shared one. Let's do that different. Bring this down this side. Short handled input on that. Long handled output on this side. It's going into that one there. With glass as well. So I need to pull glass into here too. Somehow. Hello, Hero Boy. Nice to see you again. Hope you're doing well today. Then this one is those electronic components. Again, 3 inputs and an output, so they can fit there. We're getting it pretty compact. It's not bad. Inputs on that side, output there. Join that with something. They're going into these. Yeah, here. Yes, but they're not on the right side. They're going to be on the outside. They're going to clash with them, so we should change all of these to output to near. That'll be okay. Doing good enough. Good. Good. Glad to hear that. Good enough's alright. How am I? Yeah, I'm good. I'm doing well today. Thank you. Recovering from yesterday's stream, which was a bit much, but I'm doing alright. I've rested up and having a chill one today anyway, like usual, so it's all good. Start plugging some of these things in so I know what's going on. If I can work it out, start the far end, I guess. So we need plastic, glass and silicon. It's all even, so it doesn't really matter how we do that. Plastic on the outside. Oh, I don't need to do that anymore, do I? Oh, I do. I thought it reached. Never mind. It doesn't, but okay. It's plastic. Then we need to make a shared belt from the other two at the back here, which is going to be awkward to get down here in the first place, but we do want earlier. Somehow. Then one later. There, maybe? Not quite good, but move that along. This one we don't want there. Don't really have a better option. We can move it and wiggle it. Like that. That'll do the job. Making them onto that side, fine. This needs copper in here. Let's bring those lines over. Then it needs stone there, which might be awkward. Which one's? Stone's the near side, isn't it? Yeah, and that's steel up there. Can't split off with that underground there. Same deal, I guess. Split it off and then wiggle it around. They come up there, that goes out to there, that joins there. Perfect. They're inputting into there. That's creating reds. Will be when it gets all the bits in. Reds are joining here, so we just need the glass plugging in. Share the belt with the red. That's what that's for. But they're all going on that side. We kind of want to get this onto the other side of it. somehow. It's the wrong one. In which case we might as well do that. Be half glass and half red. Should make a blue tech card, or 5. Should output onto here, and then we just need to run this down to our labs. Come down this side actually. Need some more belt. I'll do for now. If we want more labs, we're going to have to move that, I guess. Actually, we are going to have to move that to make the loop for the next 2. That's not going to be any good there. Let's move it over. Then it needs to get to the inside of that one. Good. We did notice we can remove the basic one now. We don't need to, I guess, until we have a 7th tech card, but yeah, we'll just leave it be until we eventually tear everything down in the future anyway, so. Now, that's all good. We can actually start doing research again now. Can't research the ones that need the military yet, so we need to start with the ones with blue. I don't know if we have any particular urgency on anything. Don't really know where we're heading. I guess we want to get to yellow science so we can start making that. We find the route to rocket tech cards. RCUs, advanced oil, lubricant, electric engines, heat shielding, rocket fuel, low density, satellite structure. Electric smelting would be nice to have, I guess, in general, but to start manufacturing en masse for when we next expand. Let's go for that first, heat shielding. Heat shielding into electric furnaces. We can set up the military science packs next, that's ready to go, while we work our way towards the yellow ones. Extend a bit further over and then work out how we're going to fit all this in. See, I'm missing copper to make some more power poles. Just scoop some up from over here. Now I'm out of wood. Make a ton more. Always need more power poles. Okay, I'm going to do the same. Done with blue science. I didn't expand it fully in here, so we don't need to keep that. Got this one. Create a new one for temporarily looking at black science. Heat shielding done, which I guess is going to be an ingredient to make. Yeah, to make electric furnaces. A little complicated, but we'll set that up soon, I guess. Not sure where, but we'll see. Military tech card, 120 a minute. Okay, so the blank tech cards we've already done. Just feed them along and in. We need electronic components and the research data. Electronic components are simple enough. We pull everything off the bus. We've already made enough sufficient for it. So again, 3 machines pull off the bus. The research data, 5 machines for it. 4 machines making submachine guns. 1 machine making gears for that. Grenades need coal. That's not currently here. We'll need to sort that out. And stone wall is dead simple as it always was. Stone brick makes wall. Not too bad. And that's it. Okay, that's not bad at all. Let's do the simple stuff first. So 11 machines to make the actual cards and 3 machines to make electronic components. Probably going to need a gap. The inputs. It doesn't have a liquid input though, so it might be okay. Yeah, will we? The output of them. They need 2 lines of input, same as we've just done here. In fact, if it's right there, just extend that to make them. Just going to need grab the output of it somehow. Yeah, we can work with this. Splitter there. They're all doing near side, these are all doing far side. That's fine, that's what we're going to use for these ones. Good, that's researched. It'll be a while before we actually do make them, but it's important that we do. We needed advanced oil processing and to go through the lubricant tree for a bit, so we'll do that next. Ingredient shortage up there is concerning. Okay. 5 machines making the research data is the next thing. The no biter recipe, yes, it should be, as in biters are disabled in this run. So yeah, I guess if you've got biters as a whole, like technology tree, isn't there, for like collecting, it's called creep or something, which we were not able to do. That also has 3 inputs and an output. Assuming that's the output, they're the inputs, fine. Probably going to input that way though. Four machines making guns and 1 I think this is going to fit here, probably need to leave a gap. Isn't too bad, a little more expensive than what it looks like. Interesting. Interesting. And fair. You know, if you're going to, like me, if you're going to disable the biters and they say, well, okay, but if you're not going to have the fighting, then you need to do the production more. That's why I've turned the fighting off. I want to do more production. So that's fair by me. This could work other than the output's not great for doing this. What we can have is like when we're doing 4 into 5, as long as the 4th feeds the last 2, should be okay. So as long as that output is before that input, would be okay. I would normally put that there, so I'll have to do that the other way around so that we can do that. Which is fine, like I say, that's fine. And we're going to have iron and copper. That's the big electric engine we needed. So I need RCUs, let's get them done. Need 1 to make the wall, which is whatever. 3 to make the grenades, so they're going to share the irons, put them there. That can be the wall. It's fine, but they're going to need coal in, grenades out. Can they? What can share a belt? It's always a good question to ask. Everything could go on one belt. There's very minimal volumes here. 1 meteor. We're safe. It's coal, which we're going to need to work out how we get that here. I mean, there's some like down here, we can just randomly run it up here in the middle of nowhere. I don't mind making a mess at this point. That should all work. Let's run iron over here and start plugging bits in, getting the inserters in the right place. I'm going to need stone as well. Okay, so that's going to be iron. Into there and into all them. That's what I haven't factored in. There we go, that's the problem. How do we get the gears up here? Is that what that's for? Could be. No, that's for copper, but it can presumably share. Yeah, it's, again, fractions, so that outputs to there. Just need to get copper onto the inside of it. Somehow, we'll work that out. The copper along here and we can work out how we juggle them together. That would put the copper on that side, which is the best we can do with the iron there, so leave that to a near drop. They need long-handled inserters. Outputs onto there. No, that's not great. Second one needs to output above that inserter, so you can do that. Just means they're not consistent. It's fine, they're not consistent. I don't like it, but it's fine. That one outputs, that needs, yeah, it's going after that one. Yeah, that's fine. Each of these machines needs a little less than one. So as long as one is dropping ahead of it, so that one is there. This one is no good. That needs to be before it. That's before that one, that's before that one, and everything's before that one. That'll be fine. They just need the short ones adding for the other stuff. The iron is going to go into grenades. Then that coal is going to go in. They're going to output there. Stone is going to come up here somehow. And that's going to output there. That's that line for there. Which we'll come back to do the next step in a minute. Getting stone up here needs to be done. And we need to go grab some inserters, obviously we'll run out. So let's go get some inserters and work out how we're going to run the coal line up here. A coal line up here. Maybe take the one that's feeding plastic and split it. And then we'll expand that coal production, as I've said, that's on the list to be done. Should do is just grab a few more long ones as well. A whole bunch of sulfur at some point, don't know why I've done that. We'll just split this one like that. Run this line over. Hopefully that won't get in the way of the next science pack, but we'll see. That's going to be a particularly messy one down the end here. Just have to live with. That should start making grenades. Ah, I'm incorrect about the wall. How did that happen? Or have I just clicked? I've clicked the wrong wall. That's concrete wall, we want stone wall. There we go. Got me worried there that the factory planner was wrong. Grenades and wall and submachine guns. We are making military research data. Outputting to there. That needs to join with it doesn't particularly matter. It would be nice if it shared about with, because otherwise we need to share the electronic components with the blank tech cards, which are both higher volume. It would be nice if we can bring this up this end and join them. We can bring the blank tech cards over. They're on a belt somewhere ready. Although of course I've lined that up in the wrong spot. Move that forward one. They'll head through that gap there. Insert them into that one. Long handled for the output. awkward there. It's fine, we'll go to there. Swap them round. Use one fewer underground in that case. And then this, yeah. So either we remove the basic tech cards from the loop and feed it into their spot, or we put the other circle in, which we need to do anyway because we've got another science card to add to the mix. So need a new loop, need to work out how this goes. It's near on that edge, it's far on that one. It needs to loop around the bottom and be near, I think. Doesn't really matter, it's the last one. I see. Then that doesn't get into the middle. How do I normally do this? I can't remember now. I think I just don't normally have two sets of them, like arranged like this. That's fine. We just need to loop it through and back around. Send it there. It's going to be messy, but whatever, it'll work. Yeah, it'll run past all the machines. I guess if it's the last belt, put it on the near up there. Doesn't matter, it'll work either way. Let's leave it as it is and move on. So we're just going to need to bring that to this belt, I guess. Either side, and then the yellow's going to go on the other side of it. Which we haven't researched yet, so we can't start building that. Do want to just clear some junk out my inventory into stuff that'll take it. Sulfur was going somewhere. It was going somewhere other than sulfuric acid, I thought. Not there. Not any of these. Don't remember. Fine. So what I'd like to do is change our little cell that's making steel furnaces into electric furnaces. ready to upgrade them or to use them next time in order to reduce our consumption of coal in that regard. Spend it on making electricity instead of spending it on smelting. Where is that? It's not down here. No. Must be up the other side. It's running a bit low on belt and stuff. Let's top up while we're here though. There we go. I have them disabled, but yeah, I don't CME coming in 10 minutes here. Don't really know what it would look like. It's just a bunch of damage to lots of stuff, I thought. Not necessarily going to destroy stuff, but just do a lot of damage. Okay, so this is where we're making them. Just that little bit on the corner. This is trains and stuff, which we've got a whole bunch of. So we could tear that out, just put them aside for a minute. Kind of like that idea. Use all of this space. Try to use all of this space to get the steel turned into electric. If it'll fit. What's all this? Oh, that's assembly machines. We've got 2.4 thousand assembly machines. That's probably enough for a long time. At least long enough until we rebuild some kind of production elsewhere that makes them. So if we tear this whole corner out, cut this stone line, make a bunch of chests to store stuff over the road in, start reorganising. And yeah, cut all these lines as well, I guess, or inputs. I guess we want to run this as well, though. Probably just going to end up feeding all those back in to upgrade them now. Probably going to need more chests to do the juggling around with. Let's make some more. Fair enough. So you can counter it just... do you have to have like a special building to counter it that you need to power, or is it just about the amount of power you've got stored and to survive it? An umbrella defense. Yeah, that makes sense. Seen that. Doesn't require military science. Interesting. Haven't unlocked that. Yeah. Interesting. I think we've researched it yet. But I guess if I've disabled them, it may have disabled the research. No, it's just in... I see. Do need the yellow science though. Comes after meteor defense. Interesting. Like I say, on this run it's disabled, so we won't get any coronas. And use it to beam power the same building. Yeah, that makes sense. Not to disable it then, yeah. Which is why we can. Research it. It's going to clear all these tech cards I picked up while messing around down here. Good on rail, cleared through, so let's move that over. Tear all this up, get rid of these split offs for now. Inventory's almost full of junk now, which is always happens when you're deconstructing something. Just have to live with it. We can just destroy a bunch of it if we need to clear the space quick. No damage from the meteors, which is welcome. Let's get the rocket silo researched. Inventory's full. What can I do about that? Leave that in there, but cut these off as well. Very little bits of space. I think we will do a. Oh no, I think we tried that before, didn't we? We couldn't actually destroy the chest. Ah, we need. I know what we need to do. I remember. We need to actually go and crush everything. Everything that we don't want. And we kept a little crusher down here ready to do that. Now that. We'll leave that for now. It's a bunch of random glass we were creating. I can just live there for a while, I guess. Don't need iron chests. The older belts. We've got plenty if we actually want some. Bricks, we'll get more of them later. These little machines. Random bits of stuff. Probably not them. That'll do for now. Live with their friends. Okay. Still want to clear this bit out as well, so we've got the whole corner. Cut all these connections first. That one's for this? Yeah, that one's for this. Fine. That one. Should be all of them. Yep. Next ones are for the next thing being built there, not for this. Tree's going to fill up again, no doubt. Okay, that's deconstructed, skipped away. Let's get all these moved into that one. And go dump all this junk to get crushed like the other stuff. Yep. Then we'll set up electric furnace production in that gap. Then we'll set up yellow science production down the end. Although, could set up yellow science production there and then do electric furnaces at the other end. Now all the others are running this way. We'll stick to that original plan. Rocket silo is researched. So we're now able to research yellow science, perfect. I don't really have space here for more junk. Okay. Another junk chest put down. Some of these things are the raw materials, in case we do need to make something, I guess. Nah. Clear the space for now, we'll scoop more when we need more. That's all good. Let's head up to that space, let's make electric furnaces next. What I will do before we start making those is take a short break. We're 2 hours, 10 minutes in. Just give my brain a little rest and stretch my legs a bit, you know, because I've been sat here for a while. If you've been sat in front of your screen as long as I have, then I recommend pausing for a minute and wandering around. And I am going to pause because I'm worried about meteor strikes and stuff. And, you know, we're in no rush to get the science done, so I won't leave that going. I'll just be 4 or 5 minutes to do a few little things, and I'll come back and we'll set up another couple of production cells of various bits and pieces and continue that research to move things forward. So, yeah, a couple of minutes and I'll see you shortly. See you then, guys. Hello everyone, I am back from the break. Legs are back awake. Let's grow this factory a bit more. Let's get the planner up and start working here. Black science is good, I'm going to get rid of that one. So it's going to be electric furnace. Have we still got the old furnace one? Doesn't look like it. I don't actually know how many we are. Well, we're not making any because I just tore it down, didn't I? So we can pick a number. Ah, good, interesting. CME passed. Consume 2.5 gigawatts at peak. With the factory still going. Yeah. Using about 2. During the day you had accumulator, sure. You're just gonna the following night you might run short, I guess, but that's no big deal. No damage done. You've now got 48 hours until the next one. Ah, okay. So the first one's stronger and then they get weaker. Interesting. Rather than the other way around, which you might have expected. I would have expected. And in 48 hours you'll probably have greater power production, or at least you've got time to prepare for it. Oh, interesting. Nice to hear about what's going on in your factory too. We're making electric furnace. Start at 60 and see what that looks like. So steel plate. We pull off the bus. We might not be producing enough anymore, but we can just like produce inefficiently if that is the case. Or we might be making enough, don't know. The steel furnace like we were doing before, plus advanced circuit and heat shielding, so steel furnace, more steel and stone brick off the belt. We definitely don't have enough steel now, but that's fine. Like I say, we'll live with it. And then stone furnace is just the stone, which we've got in the corner there ready for it. That's pretty much what we had before, 1 to 4, that's fine. On top of that, which is simple, going to add heat shielding. Sulfur stone tablet and steel plate. Still more steel, so fine. Stone tablets easy, but quite a lot of them this time. Might not have enough stone brick anymore. And then sulfur is coming off the bus, although where we pull it off will be interesting. An advanced circuit, which is like what we've just done. Want to drop into that one. Then drop into that one for the cable, so they're separate. We'll do it like we did the other one. Peak power consumed 2.3, then dropped. Interesting. Might not constantly pull the same amount. Gonna wait until you're in space to increase your power. Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. I don't think 48 hours you might be in space. Might already have that running. Possibly not, but you know. Not too bad. I mean, it sounds less annoying than the meteors, to be honest. So those bits are okay. So the main thing here is that's a significant amount of red chips. 42 machines in total to create them is... We'll see. Yeah, and even like meteor defense not having perfect accuracy is the main thing that annoys me. Like it's a combination of different things. It's like you don't know how many are coming, so you don't know how many defense buildings you need, and then you might just miss every shot. Then you need to go repair something. I don't know. It's annoying. I don't find it fun or interesting personally. I don't think we'll fit this in the space we've got. Might cut this in half, which should still be fast enough for us. I think that's more manageable. Let's just pick the next research to do. We've got military packs now, so we can also research these things, which, you know, we don't necessarily need them. Might leave them for later. Let's unlock tool belt. Always like the increased space for that. Got about 10 installations, I'm guessing, like the planet-wide ones. They're I've got them unlocked yet, actually. Some point defense, which seems like kind of pointless. Only covers a small area. Meteor installation. It doesn't tell you here. I believe I read that it's about 80% accurate. I guess the worst meteor strike we've had so far was 7 meteors. Yeah, the range on them is like sure you could protect something that's like really critical, but I don't know. If you're going to have to run around repairing things, it doesn't really matter what you get destroyed. Those are more manageable numbers. I want to put some of them up this side because this is where like the sulfur is. Tool belt's done. The rest of this is quite meaningless to me at the moment. I mean, next mining drill. So this is non-vanilla. Can unlock it. Don't have rare metals being smelted at the moment. Can do. We want, probably when we next expand to a new like mining patch, we'll want to put Mark II drills on it. I should think. Lots earlier anyway. Yeah, you just need, you need roboports covering everything, which is, it's not something I normally do. I'm not a very bot-focused person, so I don't normally cover everything in robots. Move them out of the way. We need sulfur, or sulfuric acid, which is here. Which do we need? Neither. Am I wrong? No, sulfur. There it is for heat shielding. So that doesn't. No, that doesn't really help with that. That's fine. We'll move over a little. So I want to make the heat shielding up this end, and the electronic components up this end. So let's do heat shielding first. Sulfur stone tablet, steel plate, stone tablets. Just gonna drop into it so we only get the ones for this item and not for anything else. 2 machines making tablets, 7 machines making heat shield. You went for Mark II miners, yeah. Yeah, it's true. Mining speed 0.75 over a 7x7 area. It's still good. I think it's still worth doing. Chlorine is exchanged. Oh, do they need feeding with chlorine? Doesn't tell you they do. Or is that for specific items? What module slots? Oh, for rare metal mining. Yeah, fair enough. To get the rare metal to make the Mark IIs. I see what you mean. Unless we just go and harvest all of the meteors and get a tiny bit of rare metal every time. Okay, so we need stone into here. And tablets with steel and then sulfur. What's the ratio on that? More tablets than anything. So put steel and sulfur there. Tablets up this side. Alternate these, one near, one far. Not that one. Yeah, you'll need to. It's necessary to harvest the material at some point, the rare metals at some point, so do need to set it up. We've got, got a big patch over here. We'll just work out how we make chlorine and then get it over there. We need to do a rail network before we head over there. So that'll be like when we've got all this science done and we can just leave the base researching stuff, we'll start laying out a rail network that can go everywhere. I'm probably going to do a grid. I've never done, some people call it like city grid or rail grid before, so I want to give that a go. So we will do that in this run. Steel needs to come down there. And sulfur needs to come down there. You're working on rail as well, yeah. It's obviously like the amount of stuff you need to move all over the place. It's going to be quite a complicated rail network, whatever you do. Should be successfully making heat shielding now. Part one of the picture. What's next? There's nothing here that's like urgent. Electric boiler's interesting but not necessary at the moment. The substation's going to be good for the future, so let's grab that. Why not? And we just kind of work our way through everything with the research now. Till we get the yellow stuff, then we can focus on something maybe. Okay, heat shielding done. So next I want to do red chips. Specifically I want to do the electronic components to pull them things off the belt. Yeah, 4 machines doing that I guess is what we do next. Gonna need space. 3 inputs and an output. That'll be okay. Output can be there. Inputs can be here. What did we do last time? Plastic there and then mixed on the outside. So let's bring them over because they're going to need to come over and go under. Make sure these splitters are set properly. Prioritise the research. That's going to be plastic. What's next? Let's see. Let's get mining productivity. Relevant to what we're currently doing. These need to come down and be... Move that down a bit. How many did I need? 4 of them. Let's put the other 2 machines in. Split one of them off there. Can't go there. One of the belts is going the wrong way. What do you mean? Just one belt in the middle of here somewhere. You need me to check every single one? That one we can split off pretty easy. That under there, that under there. The other one not so easy. Or maybe. That goes under like that. No, not so easy. Can't go there because we can't get that under. Unless we split that back here. That under there. That under there. There we go. Worked it out. Yeah. Yeah. We'll notice there's a problem when it's too late to do anything about it, yeah. When the whole thing comes. That's what usually happens in my bases is I realise that we're not generating enough power when we get an irrecoverable blackout. And have to manually feed coal into things to get it running again. That's pretty typical around here. Okay, they're feeding in, they're feeding out. Just going to alternate them as well to fill that belt. They'll probably become a shared belt at some point, but there we go. Heat shielding. Electronic components going to feed into the red stuff. Let's try and do it how we did it over here. How many was this? 2, 4, 6, 8. Now we need 7. Could just copy paste that and overproduce them. Wouldn't be great. Now we'll do a new one. I'm going to do the red ones next. Are we? They can't use the left-hand side, so is there anything? No, because I need 3 inputs, so could try and do the electronic circuits in this one. Or perhaps moved up a bit. Let's try that. Try that. Yeah, Mallard. Powering the water pumps is annoying. Understandable why, but adds complexity and risk. Yeah, Mondo, but that's... You just run over and throw more plants in. Chop them up and throw them in Satisfactory, yeah. But there are other power generation options, aren't there? Like coal powered. I'm sure there is. Oh, but if you always keep a bio. Yeah. Deforested the whole map, yeah. Half the map, yeah. Can't do biogeneration, yeah. Back up a power switch to boot. Yeah. It's, I see, yeah, like to kickstart them and then you can push it back in. I did think something like that would be sensible, but didn't design it in. My general idea is to just overdo the power all the time, but I do keep forgetting. Be nice to, I guess, expand some kind of power that doesn't need, or that is infinitely reliable. You know, like solar, or wind even. I did see the very useless little wind generators. We could do like a massive field of them for no good reason. Go there, yeah, connect a wire and reset, yeah. Yeah, we should probably put something like that in. Something that can kickstart the power in case we get a blackout. Right, so to make the greens for this, 1 stone, 5 copper, 4 greens. Stone. 5 copper. No, not going to fit there. spread it out. That can be 1 stone. That can be 5 copper. Maybe on the number already, but that could be 4 greens. Or that. Try that. See how that goes. Yeah, you've moved 2 solar from wind. Yeah, seems better. The wind are producing very little. Don't think nuclear's worth it till Covarex. Yeah, I could understand that. Haven't found that in the research. Okay, I won't find it now. Try not to spoil that for you. That there. Those. How are they? They're producing 4 every half second. They're producing 2 every half second. So that short out and those long out. Not that far. And short in. That's copper. That's where the cable's going to come. Long in's not great for that. Let's kink that in there. Short in instead. Just connect those for my sanity, seeing things work. Good. Yeah, Mono. He named a process, a chemical process. Not chemical. I don't know what you'd call it. Process of man, it's hard to explain. You take uranium and enrichment, that's the word. That's the word I'm looking for. It's for enriching uranium. Thank you, Melody. It saved me from driving myself crazy looking for that word. Funny that he named it after himself. I don't know. Why not? We need 2 more making cable and 7 making the actual reds. So, shame not to share the inputs. Juggle that round actually. 2 more doing that and 7 more doing the actual reds. Enriched uranium is a thing. You get more uranium 238 and filter through your surplus of 235 to get it, because 235 can't be used to make the fuel. So if I'm going to juggle that round, the way to do that would be pointless. I can't be bothered to work that out. I don't think I need to work that out. Let's yeah, let's just pull another line of copper. I can't see the value in trying to juggle that around at the moment. Low and highly enriched. Rolls off the tongue. Rolls off the tongue just like the Covarex enrichment process rolls off the tongue. That's slightly awkward. Send them out the other side. Wonder what other fun processes we'll find in the mod. Did the mod creator name anything after themselves as well? In fact, that's going to combine with these things. To run down that line there. These guys need just the usual short in and long in. Red ones will output the other side. Heat shielding on that edge, red one's now here. Hopefully I built that correct. 23 machines in total. Yeah, good, got that right. Felt like I was missing something, but I wasn't. So we just need to make the steel furnace to then upgrade it to the electric one. So it's 1 machine making stone, 2 making steel, 4 making the final thing. Wonder if we can fit all them in a row. Don't really need to, but yeah, fine. Heading off, Malad. No problem. Thanks for stopping by and you know, helping, giving the tips and everything like that. Appreciate it. Yeah, hope to see you again soon. It'll be nice. For making the thing can go down that end, I think. Not really the overlap there. I want to avoid. Let's spread it out. Those 4 there. 2 doing the next stage. Yeah. And 1. So that's stone. That's steel. That's electric. They just need stone putting in. Stone furnace coming out. That's been kept safe down here. These also need stone, brick and steel plate. Quite a lot of it. Just split off up there and run it all the way to these need steel plate as well. How much steel are we using in total? Quarter of a belt maybe. Not much. So we can, yeah, do a shared belt up here. Should be there. No, not like that. Cut that back one. There we go. They've got the 2 things they want and the steel they want as well. Come off there. They're being made fine. We just need the output of them. Again on the long handled. We need the other 2 ingredients. A key, hello, nice to see you again. Hope you're having a good day. Want them on the other side. Same old, no problem. Yeah, I'm good. I'm doing alright. Having a nice chill day. Recovering from yesterday's stream, but yeah, doing good. Okay, and then we're going to have a shared belt there as well. With these two things we've produced here. Bring the heat shielding over. What happened yesterday? So we were having a very nice, good stream. You know, like there were lots of people around. It was busy. We had a little raid in, and it was all lovely. And then the official Ubisoft channel raided in with like 200 and something people, which is too many people for a channel small like this one. But was, you know, great. Very positive, very nice. Got to talk to lots of people and everything, which is all positive stuff. Just like, it's overwhelming to have that many people turn up when you're not expecting them, and when you're used to having like a dozen people. So it was like a positive thing, just left me very tired afterwards. There we go, electric furnaces being made. Very good. Don't know if it's working quickly or anything. I guess it's not working quickly, we know that, but it's making enough. We'll leave it going and it will help. The stone has stopped. I've done something wrong here. That was facing the wrong way. There we go. Stone will start again. Yeah, it was good. Okay, so that's electric furnaces done. We'll leave that running and then we'll have them for when we next need to build out a smelting area anywhere. Or if we do decide to flick over what we've currently got. We want to come to this end. And we've researched the yellow science cards, so we can start making them as well. We'll fill in all the power here and then we'll create a separate factory planner to look just at that. It looks like a very complicated one, so it'll be interesting. So you found a lot of history. Interesting. Really? I only know him as game dev. Or as, you know, the dev of this game. What to research? Reach the point where we need rocket tech cards to do some research, which is nice. Modules too, interesting. Just keep going with like stuff, fill in the gaps. I mean, that's like, we don't need landmines, but it's a dead end, so we can get rid of it out of the queue if we just research it. Don't recommend digging. Yeah, fair enough. Ooh, very close meteor strike, but it did miss us. Good. Okay, this area is ready to develop in. Let's, as I say, create a specific sub-factory for yellow sites. And we intend to make approximately 120. Oh, sure. Yeah. There was some drama about that a while ago, I guess. I think arguments with people in the community of the game. Where, you know, I can't remember what it's called. Is it ETA? Or no, it's Everyone Sucks Here, isn't it? That's it. ESH. I think is the conclusion of all that. Ironclad's a dead end, so let's get that researched. We can go sailing if we want. Okay, so to make this... Oh, we need electric furnaces. Interesting. If I'd clocked that, we might have done this differently. Pull the electric furnaces from where we're now making them. Because that's like just going to do the same thing again, I guess. But no big deal. We'll do it. A specific one over here for it. Speed modules. Probably going to share some of the ingredients from the advanced circuits, I would guess. Blank tech cards we've already got, so we ignore them. And the satellite telemetry, I believe, involves launching satellites and getting the telemetry back. So we're going to leave that for a second. Just do the other two first, and then do the other one on the end, the telemetry on the end. So I guess the first thing I want to put in is the 27 machines making the tech cards themselves, which is a lot of machines. Why is it so many? Okay, the craft time for 8 rocket cards is 80 seconds, whereas it's usually 20 seconds for 5 cards. Which, yeah, okay, it's different, sure. 27 is a lot. Not sure we really want to do that many, or if we could slow down research by doing fewer. Let's try and do 27. What is that, 3 9s? Having 3 rows is awkward, obviously, because you can't just put the stuff down the middle. Let's try and do 2 rows. What would 27 would be? A 13 and a 14. That's 27 machines, yeah, good. So they're going to make the actual rocket tech cards. Good. They need... that's a bit complicated. They need 4 inputs. So that's going to be... can put them down the middle. If the... Assuming the throughput's okay for that. Yeah, definitely. All this is not using much of a red belt at all. So there'll be 2 shared belts running down the middle with all 4 things, and then outputs on the outside. There and there. So we got robotics. Let's research it. Not necessarily going to make a lot of robots or worry about robots, but nice to have the option, I suppose. Good. Why don't we actually do all these while we're here? Last one we don't actually want. There we go. That's all good. Let's do speed modules first. Or could we combine? I want to try and combine like them because they shared the same kind of stuff. Just we'll need some solid fuel. Interesting. Okay, and then yeah, heat shielding. Let's Steel furnace, stone furnace, stone tablet. Put that within that one. Then those could share electronic components, could share electronic circuits, but I want to put those copper cables within this one, separate from those copper cables. Should be fine. Can't quite make sense of it all looking at that. Let's pick the next research. More dead end stuff, let's research them. Get these out of the way. So we would have red circuits have got like 1 making the cable and 4 making the circuits. And they're fed by 5 making electronic components, which also go up to the speed modules. And then there's a total of 11 machines making green, which is sort of split between the same. Which does seem, because of the small number, better than splitting them. But I don't know, splitting them might keep it easier in my head. Let's start again and split them and see how that works in my head. Go into there, split them out. Let's skip them, that's fine. Into there and split them out. Into that one to split them out. Want to break down into the advanced circuits, split those out as well. Ouch, yeah, get the cable from that one too. Let's get the next research lined up. Sure, more robotics related things. Okay. So in this case, speed modules are quite a nice ratio there actually. 3 to 2, 5 and 3 making that, and then here, yeah, enough to make it okay doing it on its own rather than combining it, I think. Let's, yeah, do that. Start by making the speed modules. 5 making the module. We've got petrol with which to make the solid fuel, which will do for now. We could go flick over to advanced oil at this point and get the light oil to do it with, but we don't need to, so I'm not inclined to do that until we need to do it. As long as we've got enough petrol to do that, which I think we should. Okay, so yeah, 5 machines doing that. They need 3 inputs and an output, so they can go there. Making speed module 1, I guess. That's their output. Rows of inputs here. Guess the inside's going to be shared. Ouch. They want a lot of everything, so no great way of doing it. Let's just check they can share. Yeah, close on the copper cable, but we'll be fine. So we'll put the solid fuel on the outside, I guess. We'll work out how to do that. And the other 2 are sharing the inside line. Electronic circuit, electronic components. Let's do solid fuel because that's quite a simple thing. We just need a fuel refinery, 2 fuel refineries. I don't think I've got any of those on me. Let's make... There it is. Just need some iron and some steel. That's enough for a couple. Let's research electric boiler. Don't know if we're going to use it. It's more for like where you need steam for a recipe or something. Or if you need a higher temperature steam, I guess, for later power generation. It says that it's 90% energy efficient, so you don't gain energy, but I'm not quite sure the limitations on that. Put electric boiler into steam turbine, you should make more than it took to power the electric boiler. Don't know, unless that's what it means. In which case, don't know what you use it for. We can play with it, you know, find out. The petrol is just here feeding in, so I'm going to put the refineries on the end here. Ah, nice that they're small buildings. We want to make solid fuel from petrol. I'll put that to there. And that's to go on that line there. Might as well balance. Okay, so next stage for them is electronic components is pretty easy. 3 machines there. Ah, but they can't get 3 inputs and an output on just 1 edge. So either they need to move up, which is an option. And they can output over the top of there. Electronic components. Same deal as before. I guess we'll put plastic on the outside and a shared belt, the others on the inside. Plastic can just go like that. The others, I guess we could. What we do before is putting them down and combining them. We can combine them up here. That might even be easier if we can. Okay, how to do this? Split that one there. Go under. Split that like that and send it around. Not quite. Go one further back. That's okay. Yeah, that works. Combine them there. Go under there. Relatively neat. Better than the others, I think. That's everything to make those bits which are going on the far side, and then we're going to make the green to go on the other side of that belt. Green are 1 making tablet, 3 making cable, 2 making the thing. Not sure if they'll fit in this gap. We can move those belts over, I guess, because they're not needed until down here. That's an idea. This needs stone in, copper in, bit different. Stone in the end, copper in there, long handled copper in, and the output there, the stone output to near side, other way, far side, and these to near side. They're going to make them, that's fine. Their output can go that way. And it just needs to go through. Join there, perfect. Then plugged in. Bring up the stone and the copper. So stone just goes there, and copper is there. Makes green chips, which join the electronic components. When enough are made, will be used to make a speed module. Good. Which needs to, yeah, like come up and then go down the middle, shared with other stuff. We've run out of belts, so let's go stock up, and while we're running, I'll have a minute for my brain to decompress from that before we move on to the next bit. I think I'm pretty sure this is the easy end of the space science card, so may end up going crazy by the end of this, we'll see. Research is ready for something new. Just grab whatever. Like I said, we're just going to keep researching everything, I guess. It's no particular priority. Do we need splitters? Probably not. Undergrounds are okay for now. Another stack of each inserter. A whole bunch of red belt. We've increased our inventory size since it last filled up, so we'd be carrying more around. It's all good. Interesting that things aren't really like flowing and consuming that rapidly, and everything is backed up on the science. We could be feeding a lot more labs with the amount of production we're doing. Is what I take away from that. Don't necessarily want to. We're in no rush. Just we could be. And you know, we've got more labs than I ever usually build, so goes to show you. Okay, that's speed module done. We can go up a level, focus in on the electric furnace for this now. I'm very tempted to just divert from where we already made it, but let's give this a go. To making the actual furnaces. Probably not going to fit there. So let's start with what can share. We know we're going to need green chips. Why don't we? We're going to share the inputs here. We're going to need two making chips, three making cable, one making. That's exactly the same as what's here. How much can we share? Stone input, not really. That's no big deal. We just run that and like so. Copper input can go there. Not sure if long handle is going to do a good job there, or if that belt is enough for all of them. Should be. Way more than enough. Yeah, will be. So they can output there to far side. You can output there to near side. And they can input. That's no good. Move them over. Should be okay. They can output on this side, but then we need to split it in half, which we can do. Send them this way. Good. So that's the green bit, and then 2 making electronic components. Which are here at the moment, so we can just add 2 on the end of that. Now we're out of assembly machines. Let's go grab them from the random chest we dumped them all in. We have a power problem. Thought we'd be getting close. Let's not start new research until we go fix our power problem. These guys are not getting enough. It's not outputting fast enough. Interesting. We might have that problem elsewhere. The machines are just there. Run past them a little bit. I think the answer to the power shortage is just to add another coal-fired situation like we got. I don't think we can really upgrade to anything yet. Like gasoline powered is an option, but you know anything about it and whether it's worth it. So we should get ourselves another 20 boilers, 40 steam engines, ready to go expand that with. And a offshore pump. May need to pick up some pipe on our way over there. Fine. Just extend these over. And then take the outputs a different direction, I guess. Here. Join them. Okay, that's the green chips, that's the electronic components, so now we need like 1 making cable to 4 making the reds. We could, don't know, piggyback off that copper somehow, but no big deal. Do it here. What does this need? Yeah, and then just the other 2. That's fine. Can run up there. These 2 should combine. You can do like that. Run wherever, I guess. Let's go down the short edge here. Their output can come this way. And and there. Not necessarily that way though. Next step is to get those into the electric furnaces, so we need heat shielding, stone tablets, steel and sulfur, that's all fine. Though we might not be making enough sulfur anymore, but I'm not too fussed. 1 to 4 on that, 1 tablet, 4 heat shielding. So I'm just going to need stone again. They're going to need sulfur and steel adding to that, like that, to go on the outside. No, not for that comparative volume. Sulfur and steel. I need to run the steel line, that's nowhere near here at the moment. We'll head back and find that. The outside of this copper somewhere down here. There we go. That wants to join with sulfur, which we've got right here, so why don't we do split off and join above and then cut down like we did before. Because that doesn't work. Join there, then go under. That'll be good. Kind of running out of space on the left here. We're going to need to navigate around these lines to carry on production because we're nowhere near done. And then we've got a long journey to get it all back to the labs, which is a shame really. We'll end up with a belt full of stuff we don't want a belt full of, but like I say, we'll live. This is the starting base, the temporary bit. We'll just get it done and then worry about it after. That's heat shielding done. Grid chips and heat shielding. We need the actual steel furnace, which we did before, was feeding them all into each other, so that's presumably going to be, yeah, fraction of a stone furnace, 1 steel furnace, 2 electric furnace. Let's do I'm going to do this different. Stone furnace, not stone tablet, sorry. Stone furnace, steel furnace. We want steel and stone bricks. No, changed my mind. I feel like just a bit of wasted space here. It'd be nice to use, but I can't see a good way of doing it. And we need to bring some raw stone over here as well, which isn't great, but there we go. That needs stone in, then they're going to go into there. Steel plate and stone brick. Can't really join up there, need to bring down here. There, I think we'll do it. Not great. Let's go back one. Like that. Or that can go to the right one as well. That's for those. So that can't output like that. Needs to go on long handled. and they need to output somehow, which we don't have space for here. And can't easily make. Not easily. Okay, that's not great then. No, don't see that working. Fine. Just switch them over to this side, but then we don't have space because of them. Okay. We can move them along. That's fine. Those two will be there. Need to work out how we're going to get stone to this first one. There's like the stone down here. I guess we just have to split that off and send it. How much stone do we need? Two drills. Not really anywhere to add two on their own, I guess. Not really. One there. That one's only covering 1,000. That won't last long. That's 4.8. Let's do that. Going. Send it. No, let's come this way. Down there. We'll run next to the sulfur, why not? That will do the job. I'll put that there and input into them. Oh no, got it on that side. It's already set up, just need the output of those two. Just going into two machines making electric ones. Just need all the other bits as well, so they can go. I mean, they can do something crazy and put them across ways or something. Never done that before. Don't like it. We're going to need belts running through here from the stuff that's further west, so there's a good spot for them, but not a great spot for the other stuff. We can make that work though. He's going to go the other way. Join that. That's a long handled in for them. And then they're in a long handled in as well. Short out on that side. Gives us electric furnaces. You can come and join speed modules. They get fed down one of the lines in the middle here. It's half the ingredients needed. We need blank tech cards are an easy one. They're done. We'll bring them over now. Then we just need whatever it was, the telemetry data. Finished handcrafting, so we're ready to go expand our power again by one more cell. Although we need, we've got inserters, got some power poles, could do with more. Need more wood for that. Inserters pipe, we need pipe. Let's go grab that. I guess we've got underground pipe. Let's scoop some iron and handcraft some regular pipe. That's all we need. Not that much of it, so that'll be fine. Power consumption is particularly high even without researching, so most of the draw must be coming from like making those electric furnaces, for example. That's still running. Most other things are backlogged, so they're not actually consuming anything. Little idle power draw on most machines, but not much. A lot of these drills are running out of things to mine. But, you know, like I say, we'll start getting our rail network designed in this session for sure, and then start building it out and see if we can, you know, get more materials in, do more smelting, expand significantly. So I want to line this up, then do a copy paste of the existing cell, line it up with those power poles. It's good, apart from a few trees in the way. We can deal with that. This belt's going to be a bit odd because I've only got red on me. Need to connect this end to some water. Find where that pump is. Okay, got that powered, that's good. Let the robots do the rest. And provided we're supplying enough coal for a third cell, that will put us up to 90 megawatt potential. Good. We can start researching again because we'll have the headroom for that extra draw on the power now. Let's just keep here. Flamethrower, refined flammables, no, that's really necessary. Leave that. Defender goes into more military stuff, don't need that. Rocketry goes into Spidertron, which I'm not necessarily going to use, but it's something. There's other scary looking things there. Let's give rocketry for that reason. The Spidertron can be used for things other than military usage. We can remove my little markers from the map because we've successfully done all the things that I said we were going to do here. Haven't connected that coal in yet, so those are just reminders that they're there. And the coal supply needs upgrading at some point soon. I mean, it's the yellow belt still, so I guess we don't necessarily need to add more lines. We can just convert it to red, and then more will come through to all the different things we're using coal to do. Okay, stronger explosives definitely don't need, well, you know, grenading trees down might be useful. Spiked walls are a dead-end research, so let's get them out of the queue. Okay, we're back, we've got power. We have 3 of the ingredients. Back up to the top level. Done speed module. Done electric furnace. Next one is to drop into that level, add satellite telemetry data, which we're going to get through that recipe. Move it to the top. Drop into it. Yeah, low density structure, rocket control unit, all the classics from vanilla plus heat shielding. Let's expand all these out. Gonna need to do or swap to advanced oil processing because we need light oil or I guess ammonia or hydrogen chloride. So we could look at how we make them in case that avoids us needing to do advanced. Save us some effort. But there's heat shielding, and then the satellite. I think we're going to want to combine resources here because the satellite needs so little of each thing that giving it its own machines won't really make sense. We're going to need 0.02 machines making satellites. So doing 7.5 advanced circuits when we're doing 75, like, makes sense to combine those into one area, I think. We can therefore redo the low density. So that's shared between both. Expand the solar panel, accumulator, and radar. Which, yeah, okay. Batteries are shared. That's fine then. Sulfuric acid. Solid rocket fuels also in twice. See anything else though? Yeah, that's all fine. Plastic, silicon, it's all available to us. Advanced circuits are shared, and there we go. Then electronic components, electronic circuits, stone tablets. Yeah, this is the bit that was scary. Complex. The only thing I haven't exploded there is the rocket fuel. I want to see how we make ammonia or hydrogen chloride. Whether we can, we might not have researched those methodologies yet. Hydrogen chloride or ammonia. Can I even find them in the list? Don't see them here. Should be in, I think, manufacturing. There's like the barrels, so I can look at how we make hydrogen chloride barrel, ammonia barrel. There we go. And then jump into ammonia. We would need advanced chemistry, and then a chemical plant takes in hydrogen and nitrogen. Hydrogen can come from electrolysis of water and sand, or through advanced chemistry we can do it through water separation and electrolysis. Okay, so if we can get advanced chemistry we can do it perhaps easier than advanced oil processing, perhaps. Not sure if that's worth it, but we can try. Makes the hydrogen, then need nitrogen, which we need atmospheric condensation. Is our only current route we could get that. So atmospheric condensation is there. Let's get that anyway. And then advanced chemistry just follows on directly after it, so we can do that. Therefore making the rocket fuel from ammonia is viable for us. The alternative was hydrogen chloride. Is made from chlorine and hydrogen. Again, requires advanced chemistry, but we're getting there. Chlorine. Chlorine and hydrogen are made from the electrolysis using sand. So that kind of feeds into itself. If we can get sand and water into electrolysis, we can make chlorine and hydrogen, then use the chlorine and hydrogen to make hydrogen chloride, then use the hydrogen chloride with oxygen. Okay, with oxygen to make solid rocket fuel. And the oxygen we can get through atmospheric condensation just with time. Yeah, okay. That's probably the route I'd take then. Hydrogen chloride. We'll split off the stone properly here and then crush it to sand up on that left edge there. So let's, by properly I mean split down here. Which would be best if we split off the right, because all of those are coming off the right. I'll replace this little line of it with a proper supply. Guys aren't really doing much. Actually, let's just feed them into what's already here. There we go. Clear out some more junk from the inventory as we go. Okay. That's not running, it's not got steel. It's not got steel because I never gave it steel. Okay. Need to bring steel down here. Let's research the advanced chemistry, because we need that before we can do the next step. Steel is already over there. The inputs are kind of blocked. Let's move this then. Over there. What's the output? Goes over here. That's that input. In which case, move the output to that side. And I'm going to bring the steel from here, splitting it with the underground. So we leave the stone brick behind. There we go. They will actually be working now, and therefore that will continue. We're going to need to expand our power grid over this side of these belts of stuff, the bus. We can keep developing in this direction. Make any more, a few more. Still researching advanced chemistry, but I think we can put it through the planner. It's possible to put it through the planner without the stuff ready. So we're going to add solid rocket fuel, show unresearched. No, I don't need to. We're going to try with this one, hydrogen chloride. I'm going to drop into to look at this one focused, like 14 refineries to do it. Wow. Oxygen from atmospheric condensation. Hydrogen chloride is where we need to show that unresearched. Going to make it through, yeah, combination of chlorine and hydrogen. Chlorine from electrolysis. And that also fulfills the hydrogen, which is good. There's sand. Going to get from crushing stone. Yep. Wow. Okay. This may not be a viable option then. Or we're definitely going to need to slow it all down a lot. Let's just remove these ones we've done. Get them out of my... Don't confuse me. So to produce 15 telemetry a minute, we need 45 rocket fuel a minute for rockets, and 7.5 rocket fuel a minute for satellite navigation satellites. That is, yeah, 52.5 rocket fuel a minute. To get that, we need 52,000 hydrogen chloride a minute. 52,500 hydrogen chloride a minute, which requires 52,500 chlorine and hydrogen, which requires 212 electrolysis plants fed by 30 pulverizers, which we don't have the concrete to make, so we'd probably use crushers, which is 59 crushers. That's like an insane number. We can't possibly make that many electrolysis plants. So that's not really an option for this recipe, I guess, until we find some way of, I don't know, speeding up electrolysis, I guess, at some point in the future. Even at like a tenth of that would be a large number to make. It's just crazy, I guess. Because that recipe is for solid rocket fuel. That one. 1,000 hydrogen chloride, yeah, every 16 seconds. Don't think that's an approach we can take at all. Interesting that it's a recipe. There must be some point where it gets easier. I mean, there's advanced chemistry done, so we can at least have those options available, even though I don't think we can use them. Going with like generic useful stuff. Let's get the electric boiler. Keep going with through the list of stuff. I guess we need to roll this back and take a different recipe. Are we? Solid rocket fuel. And I would assume that needing 1,000 ammonia is going to leave us with the same problem, so we need to go with the light oil one. Light oil and oxygen. There we go. Light oil from advanced oil processing. We'd just need 6.2 refineries, and we can do 6 already. So a little bit of cracking on top. Yeah, that's going to have to be the way we do it. Oxygen from condensation, is that? Still need 20 atmospheric condensers. The electrolysis, water separation, we would need 263. Okay, so that's of the 2 recipes available. The one that uses 20 machines is the better than the one that needs 200. That's how we'll have to do it. So we're going to need to bring light oil up here and oxygen up here, but we can probably do that nearby. There we go. Steam turbines. Uses more electricity than the current ones, but needs a higher temperature steam to do so. Interesting. We need to go down to where our oil refineries are and switch them over to advanced oil processing. We need to take some chemical plants so we can set up cracking. Maybe some circuit network stuff. What do we need? need for chemical plants? We need a bit of glass, bit of brick, bit of steel. Around here somewhere. Take some pipe with us as well, extra pipe. Yeah. Where are we then? Let's take another 10 chemical plants. What do we got next? Biofuel. It's got a good fuel value. Not amazing acceleration on vehicle usage, but it's interesting. Fuel plus biomethanol. Long chain, possibly interesting. Not right now. I want storage tanks. Don't think we've got a ton of them. Don't mind using the vanilla ones at the moment. The volumes we're using, I don't think we need the mod ones. Should pave over all this as well, make it quicker to run around. Because we're in the desert area, it's slower to run here, and that's the amount of running I do. Would probably be a good idea to set up some concrete production and improve our run speed on the ground. Lots of mines have finished their job here. We're going through stuff. All good though. Ooh, not a lot of petrol here. Not a lot of petrol anywhere. We're just using it all? Guess. Using quite a lot. We only planned for how many buildings we needed, not how much petrol we need to put in. Despite doing the maths and saying this is the right number of refineries for the amount of oil we would produce here, we've got a surplus of oil, so we might fit more refineries, in which case we wouldn't need to crack. Wouldn't necessarily need to crack. Reinforced plating. Strong, smooth plating, easy to walk on. Oh, interesting. Yeah, 175% walk speed, that's nice. Light colour and black colour, yeah, like an upgraded refined concrete. We'll make that at some point, I guess. If we can have more refineries, we would want them. That simplifies it. If we don't need to do any cracking, we can just... We do have the option in the mod. I'm going to run back, we need some more steel. We can use a flare stack to burn off what we're not using, so that we never have a backlog in our fluid system. Though if we brought the heavy oil up, we can make that solid fuel from it. Find a use for everything. Try and keep it simpler than that. Right, flare stacks. Don't know how much it can go through each time. So like one for each liquid probably isn't enough, or might not be enough. 2 for each liquid for now. And we'll see when they're set up what they can do. Okay, if we're at adding more refineries, we'll want to move the water over. That should be fine. Don't know what's going to be required for the advanced. Different options. Okay. Water and crude makes petrol. Same amount of water and crude in the same time makes 20 oil, 20 heavy, 70 light, 30 petrol. So a lot less petrol than we're currently getting. Or we can flick the oil around. 20 heavy, 70 light, or 70 heavy, 30 light. And then 30 or 20 petrol. So one's like heavy oil leaning, one's lighter leaning. So the cracking is relevant to how much we end up with in the end. Complicated. Might need Factory Planner to help us here. We want to crack heavy down to light. Same deal, add water. It's 30 light for every 40 heavy, 20 petrol for every 30 light. It may be statistically irrelevant which one you pick, and it's just about which you need more of initially, but would like to poke around at the numbers and work out. We want to make petrol. No idea how much. Don't know what recipe we'd pick to work this out. Might not know enough about this to about Factory Planner to get the answer I'm looking for. It's the one that just gives gas. Change that. No, delete it. This is the one that's weighted towards the lighter stuff. Then byproducts. So can I tell it? Rack that. No, not really. Specify an amount. Copy. No. I add more. No, I can't add more petrol with an alternate recipe. Might be that the software just can't do what I want to know. If I crack that byproduct, how much will I get? I'm going to add light oil in. And say I'm going to do it from cracking. And it gives me 0. Oh, because I'm making enough as a byproduct, so I need to increase that number. Interesting. Yeah, it just says do more refineries. I don't think it's going to give me the answer I want. That's fine. We'll just get on with it. I guess I can work it out. Try and work it out. Got cracking of heavy to light there, and then light to petrol there. This makes 20 petrol and then 70 heavy. 70 heavy is 1 3/4 here, so 52.5 light oil plus 30, 82.5. It's almost 3 times that, so it's like 55-ish, little over maybe, petrol. That would be like 75 petrol if you cracked everything, which is less than just making petrol, which is 90. No, it's 90 in 5 seconds. This would be, whatever I said, 70 something. 75 in 2 seconds. So it's a lot more. That's 5 seconds as well. Interesting. Been playing this for a while now. Yeah, I have. Oreos? What Oreos? That's in 5 seconds as well. So this is like, this is better. If it's in 2 seconds and it makes 20 petrol gas, then over 5 seconds it's making 50 petrol gas. And a whole bunch of stuff we can crack. That's the better one. Oh, I see you mean. The Factorio. Turns out it's not a fact. They lied. It's a fake Oreo. I know. Don't know how they get away with it. Do research speed, why not? We're going to need separate tanks for all the other stuff. Then we're going to make a whole mess of everything here, which is good. No music or very quiet. Music's on. Pretty loud, relatively. At least according to OBS. Don't know. I can turn it up. Now you hear it. Okay. Yeah, maybe just been a bit too low. Oh, I see. Just hear the beat. Interesting. Maybe I didn't turn it up since Tuesday. Possibly. The meteors. No. No strikes. We're good. Okay, heavy can go. There somehow. Like that. And light. Yeah. That one. Now it's a party. Ah, good. Okay. So how much cracking can we do, I guess is the question. It's less of a factory planner question because that's the other way round. I'm going to add another 2 refineries down here. Let's move the water, get that sorted out. No, can I add another 4? Well, I don't know if we've got enough oil for that or not. I don't know because clearly I got the maths wrong last time. That should be 2. That should be 1. Go. Gonna go mute. No problem. Okay, another research. That's the Roboport, I guess. Same thing we're currently using, so might as well research it. Water But in a tank. Feed it into the line, there we go. Should start running again and deal with the outputs on the new refineries we just put in there. This is definitely frying my brain today, all of what we're working on. Pretty sure we can get there with what we have available. We'll get the telemetry to make the rocket research. This advanced oil processing is not really any different to the vanilla situation. Just I was kind of hoping to take the chemical approach. Doesn't seem viable at the moment. What do we got next? We can do ore enrichment. The research. Not sure we're actually going to do the enrichment yet. You get more iron from your iron ore by washing it in acid and water first. Then you just need to deal with the dirty water, which can be filtered to get more ore. Pretty cool. Very cool. Complicated system. I mean, we'll research it, like I say, get everything available to us. Interesting. Not sure what we're going to do with that. Okay, so let's say we've got 10 refineries doing this recipe. Means every 2 seconds we're making 700 heavy oil. Which means every 2 seconds we want the capacity to turn 700 oil into light oil. 700 divided by 40. So we need 18 chemical plants available to do cracking of heavy to light. We don't have enough of. We're going to need to go make more before we can do the next level of cracking as well. I guess we'll need to make more. They would be with where the tanks are best in that row, I guess. But then we don't have a row between light and petrol. That's okay, I'm going to move these. He's going to break everything for a while, I guess. And we'll swap these around, flush them out. That'll be heavy. Light will go up to this next one. If we can, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, and then we'll put petrol up here, I guess. The output of that and make sure it stays connected just so I don't forget. Then take the actual petrol itself and connect it. Good. Okay, what did I say? Was it 700? No. 10 of them are making... Yeah, 700. And each chemical plant is taking 40. 700 divided by 40 is, yeah, 17.5, so 18. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. Going to be necessary to do that. Need more poles, which needs more wood. Fine. And we're going to need to make more plants for cracking the next level. The light oil into petrol. So we're making 300 light oil from a refinery. And then 17.5 times 30. 525. So making 825 light oil. Not sure we're going to have enough space in here for all the piping, but should be okay. This takes in 30 light oil each time. So we need 28 of them, which, yeah, is a lot. There we go, that's what we need. 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 24, 26, 28. Don't know if we want 2 rows of it or not. This will do for now. Whatever. Doesn't have to be pretty. There's a few little bits of wood we can make a few poles with. We'll go get more soon. We can research lithium. Why not? Don't know what it's used for yet, but I'm sure we'll need it at some point. Better batteries, perhaps. Okay, so yeah, we're going to need to head back to get the materials to make more chemical plants, more steel, and more power poles. And then we'll, come and plug this in and sort out. We'll need some pumps that we can control through a circuit network, so we only crack when we need to crack. I'd still like to set up the flares, I guess, in case we've got the ratios wrong. We can say when a tank is full, flare it, just to prevent any backlog from actually happening, just in case. Okay, we should have some wood spare line here. A whole bunch of poles, and then grab some steel and everything else. Need to make another like 30 odd chemical plants. We've not got any area set up in the base to do that itself. Missing more stone brick. There we go, that'll do for now. A few more bits on the way back. Take some time to handcraft that, obviously. What about pumps? Let's, yeah, add a few of them so they're available. Then we'll work out the network if and when, or when we get that. We will work out the network when we get to that point, definitely. So while we're waiting for that to handcraft, we'll run the risk of meteor strike while I'm not looking, but I'm just going to take another break as we are 4 hours and 10 minutes into the stream. That is a sensible time to have another few minutes to rest the brain, because as much as what we're doing isn't necessarily that complicated, the way we're doing it is, like, trying to get the correct ratios makes it more complicated. Trying to get the correct rates, like balanced rates between all the items, it's all completely unnecessary. We could just throw one of every building down and wait, and everything would be fine. But I do find this interesting, and I do find it fun, even though it is pushing me. It's a very different experience to the other games we've played, and a more intense, in-depth experience of the same concepts in the vanilla game that I enjoy. So far, I'd say I enjoy vanilla more. Vanilla plus some quality of life would probably be more enjoyable than what we're doing at the moment. There's a huge amount of these mods left to explore, so I'm looking forward to pushing through this and progressing even further, tidying things up later. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, a few more minutes, I'll be back, and we'll carry on sorting out the cracking when we've handcrafted all these items, and we can get that balanced, sorted, and everything running again. So I'll see you shortly. Hello, hello. I am back from the break. Let's get back to it. We've crafted the poles but don't have the machines yet. That's fine. Just have to be patient for that. Get all the poles in. Let's pick a next research. Yeah, new batteries. Makes sense. Lithium sulfur battery. Go for that. Can plug in the heavy to light cracking while we wait as well. If we go grab some more pipes, obviously we used them all to make chemical plants. That makes sense. We've got so many chests, so we just grab them and then we can carry on with that. Should just check if there's any warnings about meteor damage while I was away. I think so. Can't immediately see any damaged areas, so I should be okay. Also, yeah, plastic's gonna pretty much stop because we're fiddling with the petrol supply, so things will probably stop researching some point soon. Till we get it plugged back in and then it'll be fine. No big deal. Let the game go. Right, got that. Let's head back down, plug in all the connections for the first row because that's ready, and then hopefully by the time we're done getting my head around that, we'll have the chemical plants to do the second row. Plug all that in. Okay, so we need to do... yeah, we're not going to have enough space. Should have grabbed the mod that lets you flip the inputs. And we could have put the oil just next to each other instead of like this. So without spreading them out more, we need this much space behind them, which we don't have on this. So we do need to move that forward. Another one isn't ideal for lining that up. Not happy with that. Can we run the water through? Therefore clear up some space in front. Possibly. Look at that down this end where these machines already are lined up. And let's research. Air purification's going to be irrelevant. We've got pollution disabled, so we don't need to reduce it, but we might as well. Like, it's a dead end chain, so we might as well research it and get it out of the list, as with everything. If the water was like this, then you still need to bring that all the way back here. So what is that, like 1 better? Yeah, instead of being... no, I think that's exactly the same spot. Yeah, it is. So that doesn't help laid out like that. If we feed the water through like that... possibly. Like that. And there. But no, then we can't get the water into that loop from any direction. Don't think it's possible with the way I lay things out, therefore need to move this row forward, which means ideally we'll move these tanks forward as well. That's fine. Let's add some extra rows of power poles first and then spread those tanks out a bit further. Put these back in is at least a distraction from the more complicated weird stuff. We can chill my brain for a minute while we just get this laid out before we go back to the production chains to create this yellow science. Good enough. So if the oil is coming in here and it's going to run along this gap to go in, the output from that is going to run into there, but it would be better if that in the gap behind, that's going to become, we can move it left now, that there will be light oil. You can just plug in like that, and the petrol is going to output at the front there, so that could be there. I don't know, for consistency I'd rather have it up here. So that changes where we're going to connect petrol output. Head into the base. There we go. To bring the petrol up without getting in the way, ideally. There, I reckon. That's all good. We're going to need more underground. We'll have to run back and get that as well. So that lines up nicely. So that will be the closer one. That'll be the farther one. And there. Yeah, run out of underground. Can do some of this above ground. You just research a recycling facility. Like those shorter ones I can do. Still got room to run, like just sometimes. Oh, I've got squeak through actually, so that doesn't really matter. We can run over all of these. So yeah, we'll do them like that then. That one's above. It's below. So we need to copy this somehow. If we paste it there, we're still missing that connection and that connection. Right, let's go grab more undergrounds and then we can come and copy paste that along. Almost got the machines being built, so that's all good. Underground's just in this chest over here. Take a whole bunch just to be sure we've got enough. Why don't we move this radar as well while we're like further to the south, we can extend its coverage. Although I think it won't discover more than we already did in our little drive around in the car, but still. Got power down here, we might as well get further coverage of the map. Bit of this extreme point where the pump is, might as well. See what that then reveals. It's got some scanning to do around that corner and it will show us some more, I think. If it I don't think it will reach that far. Oh, there it is. Possibly those bits, so might reveal some more. We already know our next target area is down here, where there's more iron. That's the first target area when we come to expand our raw material income. Get a bit more where we are from mining productivity research, I suppose. A huge amount more. Okay. Let the robots fill in what we got here. Then copy this one. That should go in nicely and no, not quite. Just because we're missing one there, that's all good. And they should actually connect now to the other ones. Just need to remove the end connections because they're unnecessary. There we go. It's the inputs for this, so let's plug in the water, which is this one. And plug in the heavy oil down this end. That'll start cracking down to light. If you want to input into here, the like the output from these machines is a bit simpler. We can join each two like that. Join all them together. Join them to the tank. That's all good. We're going to crack down the heavy to the light to extend this, so that might get in the way. Send it this way instead. Good. This is going to do the next stage of cracking, the light to petrol. Was it 27 of them? I need to do the maths again. I remember it was 825 over 30. Yeah, 28 of them, 27 and a half. 28 need to be built. Research a life support facility to sustain life in hostile environments. It sounds like something you might need in space. 4, 6, 8, 10, 16, 28, like that. Explains why the power pole's in there. That's stun damage. Meteor strike. It's just to the north of us. Gonna go repair that before I forget about it. Whatever we're just producing here has been struck. Need to take that meteorite away. It's all good. What do we got? Even bigger warehouses. Storage and passive provider versions. Lovely. Oh, we don't have any level 1 factories anymore, so I have to replace them with level 2s. Just going to mess with the ratio, but not in a way that matters. Yes, 2 level 2s add the equivalent of 1 level 1, so you could remove level 1 at this point, but you know, it's backlogged because we don't have that much, so we'll just leave it. That's fine. No big deal. Okay, so now we just need to do the inputs and outputs of these ones as well. Probably copy what we've got here. And just extend it a bit. Up to there, I guess. Just get that tree out of the way. Let the robots do it, saves me from trying to work out what's where. While they're doing that, I can do the front ones, because I can reach. And if they hurry up. Good, making good progress down here. Okay, that's everything piped and connected to itself. We just need to take the light oil and plug it in. Yeah. I mean, we need to put pumps here anyway, so we're going to rearrange that connection, but I don't particularly like it like that. That's fine. For now. Output can join here as well. More petrol now. Because actually for the... What do we need now? We need some light oil. We don't necessarily need to circuit control the heavy, but we might as well, while we're here, we might as well set it up properly. Water. Again, I'd rather not pull off that pipe piece, I'd rather pull off the tank. That's not great either. Guess we just live with it. Could use upgraded pipes if it's actually a problem. I don't think it will be, but it's with above ground. There we go. Next research. Better robot battery. When we're using some from our backpack. It's an actual benefit to us. Let's get it. It's cracking down now too. So we're going to need a bit of wire. I like the green one. We're going to need some deciders. We got pumps already, didn't we? Where are they in this list? Them. So the pump that feeds the cracking needs a better power coverage. Put that in. Needs to actually connect another meteor strike doing damage. Let's go deal with that. Forget about it. It's been a couple minutes since the last one, as far as I can tell. Okay, let's destroy a few pipes here. Let the robots do their thing. All good again, all repaired. Let's head back, carry on what we were doing. Where's a decider then? Put that there. Look both tanks up. It's not necessary really. That's going to be controlled. We're going to pump and crack when you receive a power on symbol, or it's interesting extra logos they've added in from the mods. Cool. Let's keep it with the simple things. Green light. Greater than 0 means go ahead. And if the tank can hold 25 and there's 2 of them, so if the one tank goes over, well, let's say 20, that's enough. If the anything, the signal greater than 20,000, output a green light. It's going to stock up on heavy oil, and then we can use it for other things, but at any point if it goes over 20,000, in it goes, gets cracked. Similar kind of deal here, so we want this input moving. Let's move it over. Bring it in the back here. Take that away. Put the pump in there. Again, needs a bigger power pole to cover it. Put a decider down there again, do the same deal. We just copy paste the settings, can't we? Anything is greater than 20,000. Give a green light. If you get a green light, start cracking. And then with the petrol, we don't necessarily need to do that at all. This current arrangement assumes you're using the petrol more than anything else, which may or may not be the case. Don't know if there's a way of working it backwards. Some mods do add a way of like perhaps even a longer route, but a way of turning petrol back into like heavy oil, light oil, or crude oil, something like that. I don't remember unlocking anything that did that so far. So yeah, so we'll leave that for now. What we will do is add in, like I say, the flaring option. Check how that works. I did make some, didn't I? Yes, there they are. Let's line up the next research. How about bioprocessing? Grows creep. Interesting. Let us get to fertilizer, which will get more wood. It's not a big deal, but it is a dead-end research, so why don't we grab it? Go for it. Again, pump here. Arithmetic decider. Decider combinator. You can check the top tank. Same deal for the pump. If it gets green light, go ahead. Different deal from the tank. The signal goes above 24,000. So if the tank gets above 20, we start cracking it down. If we're not cracking it fast enough, for whatever reason, whatever might cause that, don't know, I've got the ratio wrong, for example, then it will just flare it off so that we don't backlog. It's just like an emergency thing to keep everything flowing. Should not currently be flaring. Oh, that's fine. It just had a bit in from before the setup. Good. Same deal. There to there, and there to there. Copy the settings to there. Copy the settings to there. Yeah, it shouldn't be flaring at the moment. Not particularly fast. Be like 100 each time. I guess it's enough to keep it off the ceiling. I hope. Yeah, don't know. Should be okay. We'll do the same with the petrol as well, though we hope it never happens. One that decided to go there to be consistent, but that's where our output is. I'm going to move it. Yeah, it's less important. We'll do that. Kind of looks like I've clicked that wrong, but the wires light up in the correct when I hover over the correct thing, so it's fine. Copy the settings. And whatever was in the pump before I set them will just get flushed through. What have we got? Lots of like tiered stuff, military stuff. We'll leave that for now. Get the other. So laser turret is available to us. Don't know if we're going to use that. There might be some non-military things. Yeah, possibly. Rocket survivability is locked behind it. That sounds like a good thing in general. Aeroframe pole. Don't know. That seems like relevant to research that. The next things need yellow. So after this it'll be like inserter capacity, braking force, those kind of generic benefits until we get the yellow running properly. That's cracking and all of the circuits down here sorted to function properly, so something is wrong though. What is going on? That one's working fine, but these are all backlogged because the light oil isn't going anywhere. Because I'm missing that right there. Okay, now we're good. So those 10 are producing at the full rate. Might overconsume crude. I think it will overconsume the crude. We won't have enough to keep them going at this rate, but whatever. We're not planning on this specific rate necessarily anywhere else in the base. We're just using what we've got. They'll crack if they need to crack, which at the moment they will. We should bring light oil up with us because we know we need it. We know we will need it for something. Let's bring that. bring that over earlier, but that's kind of in the way. Move it up one more. And one more. To there. Laser turret is finished. There's going to be one behind all the way. That's fine. What's next then? Most useful thing. Worker robot speed is useful. Line those up there. Turn the corner here. Go, yeah, go left of this. Good. Nice and consistent. Then that will clash with that, so we kind of want to move that output of petrol to be, I see the poles there, that's the problem. Move it over to there then. Bit of pipe. Like that. So that will bring light oil into the vicinity of what we're doing here, which is where we need it. All good, and then yeah, sulfur and plastic are going to start flowing again because we got that fixed. That's great, great to have progressed that properly and to this point. So yellow science, we're going to need 20 atmospheric condensers, just one fuel refinery. There we go, that's the best option, unless we've got a different option for the oxygen. No, we looked at that, didn't we? Water separation was worse, yeah. And the other's just emptying a barrel, so that's not an option. Okay, 20 atmospheric condensers is going to be necessary. Let's get them building. If I can find where they are. There they are. One. I need more steel. A long time to craft. Oh well, it is what it is. That's all this worker speed we can do at the moment. Let's do braking force. Atmospheric condenser, there it is. Need more of other things as well. Iron, I guess. One so far. Need another 19. There we go. I say that'll take a while, so that's fine. Let's work on the things that are not rocket fuel first, and we'll do the rocket fuel last, I guess. And that'll be fine, I'm sure. The things that are not rocket fuel are many. Which, yeah, I want to redo that as well. It's the telemetry that we're talking about. Yeah, let's redo this and break it down different so I can get my head around it better. So 120 is correct. We've got all of that done. It's just the telemetry we're working on. We're using that's the only recipe we can do now viably. We need a cargo rocket silo as well. I must remember that. Where all this gets fed into. Why don't we... Could do the navigation satellite separate. That is possible. It's just a lot to it. A lot to it that overlaps. In very annoying ways. Yeah, we need to share. Definitely. Okay, so add navigation satellite to this layer. That's fine. Add the other buildings that form part of that. Solar panel, accumulator and radar. It's very little over, well, Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. This is gonna take a lot of room and a lot of confusion to get there, but that's fine. So this same level we've got low density structure. Not really. Kind of. Let's add that out. That's just stuff we've got on the bus. That's pretty simple. Very simple compared to the rest of it for sure. Leave rocket fuel for last. So rocket control unit needs adding here. And then it's not so bad. Batteries, red chips, various other stuff. Just don't know where to start really. It's such a mess of stuff. I mean, low density is pretty easy. Let's just start there. Let's just get something down. It's particularly awkward because we need everything off the belt, including the stuff that's flowing the wrong way. Kind of need to turn that all around or split it all to go 2 directions. Not ideal. Could build on the opposite side. Or, you know, this is the point where we need to turn a corner, I guess. Which I don't want to do because of the layout, how it is at the moment. There's no good corner to turn here in where we're going. But it would make sense to like do a 180 with the bus and build off that side. Could do that. Then like bring these bits and pieces under around the corner. That might work. Let's try it. Let's try that. Not like exactly what I want, but building over here is going to be really awkward, so I don't want to do that either. Start researching whatever's available to us at this point. Got through everything that's at the blue tier and the military stuff that seemed relevant in any way. Okay, that's not quite right. There we go. They're going to turn around. We're going to have copper and steel here. Iron and bricks there. Then we have started building pretty much straight away. Yep. So the first one's going to be like here, I guess. Yeah, they should be fine. That's going to be low density structure, because that seemed like one we can just tick off and get done. Density structures, there they are. They need plastic, copper and steel. What's the input like belt wise on that? Neither here nor there on any of them. Just share 2 of them together, whatever it ends up being. Yeah, that's fine. Just steel with one of them because there's less of that being used. Let's bring it around the corner so we got it lined up ready. Still things we can do. I mean, let's go for it. Get the flamethrower. I'm not going to use it, but whatever. Probably going to need more belt to get this journey done. Didn't realise how far back this iron was. Okay, so we reach this point. Under they go. And up they go for a bit. And around the corner. Good. That's all lined up ready for us to pull off then. It's just, yeah, irrelevant things, but we might as well. I like clearing out the research list, so keep going. I've missed something. Yep. The copper line is missing just one piece there. Good. So plastic is here. The shared belt should be on the inside. It's going to go there. That under. Send that under. That's wrong. I'm going to move that one more forward. And then I'm going to pull off the steel on this side. Join them. No, doesn't work. It's going to go under there. That's going to go under there. There we go. A joint belt of steel and plastic. Then we just need copper. Yep. Like so. Just finish getting these split properly. Going from pushing left to pushing left, so that's fine. This is a bit different, but it's only one belt, so we don't need to worry about that. It's all good. That's going to make low densities, good. One piece of the puzzle started. What have we got? Anything that shares those inputs that kind of stands alone would be good. Looks like nothing really. Missing the heat shielding. Like steel and stone and sulfur, so not that. Iron and copper plate for the battery, so not really that. We only got the copper on that line. Glass and various other things, that's a later stage. That's done. I'm just going to move it to the bottom. Or do I remove it? No, we want to know it's existing. Another meteor. Don't think anything got damaged. Doesn't look like there's anything with a shared, you know, steel and copper or any plastic. Advanced circuits. Electronic components, that's plastic, glass and silicon, so no. Fine, we'll just start a new element then. Heat shielding, why not? One making tablets, 4 making the thing. He's making tablets. And those guys need sulfur and steel as well. Yep, that's fine. So that's stone. We want to join sulfur and steel like we did the plastic there, really. So that there goes under, and that will go under. To pull the sulfur off this time, so about there. Wrong way. Like that. Yep. There we go. Left. That should go right. All good. Join that in. That doesn't need that. They need that. Yep. Good. So that's going to output heat shield. Good. That's another element. Let's get our power grid extended a bit further. It's not quite right. Okay, what have we got next? Let's go up a layer. So that's down the bottom because it's done. Good. Batteries. Yeah, working up, I guess, is the next. So either batteries or advanced circuits would be the next thing to put in. Batteries is simplest. Let's do that. One chemical plant making acid. Needs sulfur, water, and iron. 6 chemical plants making batteries. Have we got 7? We do. Good. We've got space to do that there. Not without shared inputs, I don't think, so we'll move over one. First one makes the acid, the others are making batteries. Putting them in. The water, where's that running at the moment? We brought some up here somewhere. Down here. That's quite a way away. Fine. I'll pull off the tank though. Makes this stone around, I guess, and try and wiggle our way through everywhere. It's not bad. Where can we cut across? Probably where it is now is good. Avoid the poles. There. Water in. Yeah, good. Sulfur can go in the side like that. Then we're going to have a shared belt, iron and copper. Assuming that's fine, it is, definitely. So iron off like that. Then copper we want to get to there. Like that, I guess, will work. Yep. Times left on all them. Connect all those feeders. This is a lot bigger than I was expecting the base to get, but that's pretty good. It's only because things are backlogged that we've got the materials to do this, but it's all good. Yes, sulfur needs to run down there. Send all these under again. And we've run out of underground. Okay, let's go stock up on that kind of stuff. Almost got our condensers ready. Okay, belt. Yeah, we need more of that. It's not what I want to do. There we go. That'll do for now. Lots of junk in the inventory. Give one more stack of splitters and then like 4 stacks of underground. Head back up. I'll do for a while. Got spare drills, can go in there for now. Dump this stone in somewhere. That'll help. Bit of coal. Bit of solid fuel, just swap that into there to burn it through. Good. Undergrounds. Splitter for the sulfur. There we go, that should make acid. That should feed them. They just need their inputs bringing further up. Might as well output to the empty side, or the side with the gap. Good. So the next element is going to be the red advanced circuits. Or a bit more complicated, but we'll be okay. Let's take a look at that in the planner. Okay. They're all done. Red circuits, which... anything else need greens? Yeah, solar panels. So we're going to be overproducing greens on purpose. So let's expand that here. Move it up to be just below there. Good rate. We don't want to share the copper cables. We go into there to create the copper cable one, and stone tablet, why not? Then we go into here to make a copper cable and electronic components, assuming they're not shared anywhere else as well, which they weren't. Yeah, that's all fine. Let's do the green ones first. We need 1 making stone, so it's 1, 3 and 2. I swear we got that somewhere already. And not what we did there. 1, 4 and 3, no. 1, 3 and 2, that's what these were. So if I do a copy of about that much of it. Could we flip it and fit it still? Yes. Good, so let's... okay, apart from that output there, okay. Oh, that's a shame. Can remove this tank, it's not needed, strictly speaking. Or we can move it to the end. still visible there how much we've got then. There we go. That'll allow that output to be how it was. Which, yeah, that goes to the far side, they go to the near side. That needs to just be copper inputs. Like that. That needs to be stone inputs, which is on the inside here. Go. I should start making green chips. Perfect. And that includes the extra we need for solar panels. So we need to split some off to come into the advanced circuits, which also need 2 making electronic components, 1 making copper cable. So copper cables. We can't grab from there. Copper cable. Or making the reds. 2 making the electronic components. I don't know, it might be sensible to put the copper cable in the row there and take the excess. It should give us, ultimately. No, let's not worry about it. Let's worry about it. Let's do that. So we're just going to move that one up there and that one to there. That will be that output. That will now be an output to the short, the near. That'll be a long input, which we need to move the copper up for. And that needs to run up for the inputs. There we go. Then we need to just take only the copper cable, which we can't easily do. It's a bit of a shame. Can use a splitter to do it somehow, possibly. Yes, you can, because you can filter for copper cable. Doesn't appear to be working. Ah, filter right. No, it's filter left for copper cable then. No, that's there, I disabled it by accident, didn't I? There we go. Only copper cables coming through the left now. Feed straight onto there. That shared belt can come round. Again, not perfect, but because we need to take some of those green chips off. But we can do that with another filtering splitter, that's fine. So 3 inputs. Can move up here. Be nice to keep it compact. In, and then the output on the long. And input on the long as well. Not for those though, they're fine. And then output those somehow. We'll deal with that in a second. So it's going to be plastic on the outside, glass and silicon on the inside. Plastic, yeah, on the outside. A little awkward there. Glass and silicon on a shared. That's silicon. We can get the glass. somehow. There. Then get the plastic. No, not like that. Because there's not enough space for that splitter there, so it needs to move forward another one. Using myself now. There. That runs into that. Yep. That one reappears over there. That one goes under that. That one comes around the corner, feeds into there. That's everything we need, all good. Just these should all have output priorities on. Good. Connect that in properly. That'll make electronic components. That'll make the reds, which we now need to get out. We will send these under. So we can get these out. Some fashion. That's not great. No, not a fan. Let's try that instead. Keep them closer instead of. And that's. No, not really. Like that though is okay, kind of. Get the same. It's not amazing. Do the same here just for the sake of consistency. Bit silly, but there we go. And then we can't get it away from here. No, that doesn't work at all. Didn't even think about that. Needs to keep going. Fine. We just have to put the next thing further over and deal with it. Where we can join them better. No, again. That's alright. There we go. That's good enough. Like I say, the next thing we'll just move it a little further over. So rocks in the way. It'd be easier with our robots, wouldn't it? It's many to clear. Though we will fill our inventory with stone, of course. No big deal. Go clear that out at some point soon. Okay, what's next on the list? We've got the red. All the red circuits being made. They're done. Right? Yeah, they're done. So we've got battery, red circuit, green circuit. We do. Which is great. That means we can make rocket control units, which we need 10 machines to do. So let's leave a little gap and then put 10 machines in. For RCUs. They need the batteries and the red circuits, then glass and iron from the bus. We get batteries up and over. Combine them with the red circuits. Round, down. They're going to need short in and long in. Yeah, glass and iron need to be combined, which is not easily done back here, so I'll have to do it after they split off. There's the iron, let's run that close up. Can be there. Then we need glass there. Hi Aki, welcome back. Go there. No. Needs to be there. I can make that whole journey, so that's fine. They go down there. That should make rocket control units. Brilliant. Get output on that side. Great. What's next in the plan? We're making great progress on this list. It's just absolutely destroying my brain. We've done that. It's good to work like bottom to top. That's been working well. So next, let's do accumulator, because that uses the batteries as well. We just need one machine making accumulators. Can they get everything from here? Doubt it. Battery and iron plate. That's iron plate. And that's battery. Perfect. There's accumulators. Tried it. Yeah, on the complex things it's very, very hard to keep track of everything that's going on at the same time, and how it meshes together. I think really you just need to try and build it, see how it fits and doesn't fit bit by bit, and be ready to break things down and move them and so on and so on. Not get it right the first time. Okay, that's accumulators done. It's only a tiny amount we need. That's not really the best place for them, but it might do. Might be fine. Be nice if we could fit solar panel with it as well. That's just one machine. Glass, silicon, steel. Glass, silicon, plastic. No steel here. We can bring it. That's going to be solar panel, the basic one. It needs a long-handed inserter there. And then we need a way of getting them out of here. Which actually might be good if we did that. Put a bigger power pole there. Output those there. Can't get them away from there then. Make that near. There, that'll have both of them on. Good. Progress. It's that and that. So radar is the last, well not the last. Radar and rocket fuel. So radar needs electric motor, automation core, like all these things we don't need for anything else here. It's like so frustrating. Looking at a recipe that's using 47 machines to make the telemetry, and we need 0.01 of a machine making small electric motors in order to achieve that. It's bad design. Will we get to space today? No. No. We will, I mean, we're going to launch satellites today. I'm not sure if we will go personally as a character. I don't really know how that works. To be honest. So maybe we will, unexpectedly. But I don't believe we will go up to space today. We're very close, because this is all to get the last science chip that you do on the ground. So, you know, we're not far away. I would like to focus on the ground a bit more, but if it's working, it's working. Right. So yeah, it's one cable, one stick, one gear wheel, one automation core, one electric motor. Bloody annoying. Maybe bits of that we could share from elsewhere, like the coil, the cable. What's that needed for? Cable goes into the electric motor along with gear wheels. Don't have iron around there. Iron over there. We keep that coming. Do them over the top here. That's I joked about that before. Do it sideways instead of vertically. Bring that iron and copper up here. A cable, a stick, a wheel, a core and engine. Cable, a stick, a wheel, core and that type of engine. That one needs the cable, so we move that one there, change that to stick. That one needs stick and gear wheel. That one needs gear wheel and cable, perfect. So that's going into there, that into there, that's going into there, and that into there. Other way. Yes, and then copper and iron can run in front of these. They're using so little that don't really need to worry about how we do it. Just the outputs we need to deal with. They're going into one machine making radars. It's the output from that and that. Let's make that one near. And that is making radar. Military thing, isn't it? There we go. So we have the three buildings involved are here. Don't really want that many on a belt, but we'll just have to deal with the poor layout of this mess. Tidy that up a bit. Okay. That is radar done. That's done, that's done. Rocket control units are done. Yeah, they're coming off here. The only thing we're missing is rocket fuel. And some glass. Fine. That's fine. Make a satellite. Which is, again, going in a fraction of a machine. So we need to do rocket fuel and bring it over. Need to use that recipe. Let's move that to the top. It's pretty simple. We know we've got the oil that's coming up. Iron plate we're just going to have to pull off, and then oxygen. So we need a fuel refinery, single one. Need to set up our atmospheric condensers. which I'm going to do off the left hand side here. We'll send the fuel. I don't know where actually. We could put the rocket silo on the left hand edge here. That'd be pretty nice. Which we need to build. Let's get rocket fuel being made, then we'll look at how we make a silo. Okay, so light oil is here. Just leave that there so we remember. And then atmospheric condenser is a very awkward shaped building. What size? It's the size of a refinery. It's okay. It's 5 of them. Probably going to do 5 by 4. How far up do we want to go with that? One more up. Or 2 more up. If the piping will feed through, this won't be too bad. Sure about that. Or we just run the pipe up the side, that's fine. Putting a pipe on us too, which good, there we go. Gonna make oxygen, just gonna separate it from the air somehow. Using electricity, I guess. Which we are using a lot of. We really should look at improving our production of electricity soon as well. Somehow. Okay, so we're going to feed that into... This is a case where the basic storage tank might not be big enough, like 25,000 isn't enough considering the rate of oxygen we're consuming. With a whole bunch of steel we can make one that stores 200k. I think that's a good idea. Just scoop up steel until we have enough. There we go. I'm going to take the side out of each one. Copy that over to them all. That robot speed research is fast. Faster than I was expecting. Need the power grid to keep going because we're going to then need to actually process these things. Wonder how big this tank's going to be. Where'd it go? There it is. Same size as one of these, which is okay. Put that there then. Feed onto that level. There we go. Tons of oxygen stacking up. Great. Next step. One fuel refinery, yeah. Surprised at how little it is actually. So fuel refinery. Don't have one ready, just need a bit of iron. That's taking in, yeah, all of those ingredients, so we'll put that on the end here. That way round? Don't know. Solid rocket fuel made from light oil. Other way round. Put the oxygen in there. Bring the light oil around the corner. And then we just need some iron, which I guess is a... What is that? 0.029 of a belt. Is it worth splitting a belt off, or do I just use a long-handled inserter to grab some? It's best practice to split it off. Let's be good. There we go. That's, then we're going left, that goes left, yeah, that's fine. Output of solid rocket fuel 1's probably not going to be enough. What's this making? It's making 1 per second, which I'm not sure how that's enough. But it should be. Okay. We'll just take it like this then. Run it along here for now. So we need some of that. Again, we're going to have a really long belt when I don't want a really long belt. But there you go. Some of it needs to go to making satellites. Some of it needs to go into the rocket silo. Let's split there. One further forward. So we're going to have satellite being made here. Where's that going to be? Not a production. Is it a logistical thing? Don't see it there. There it is. Navigation satellites. Okay. Gonna need better power coverage on it. There we go. Then we're gonna need. Oh, missed some things here. Need brick and steel to make the radar. Damn. Isn't that something we do somewhere else? No, doesn't look like there's brick and steel mixed anywhere else. Damn, okay, that's all the way up there. Okay. It's not much of it that we need. We have steel anywhere. Don't see any. Tiny bit there, I guess. No. And that's it. There as well. That's steel. Let's take that. If all the rocket fuel's coming off on one side, let's borrow that belt as well. Go like that, and then up here somewhere we'll split that back off. Somewhere, somehow. This isn't great. Okay, we can go in there. Split up, and priority right is filtered with steel plate. So that will send them all up that way for there. Then we just need stone brick to get over here too. Which we do have somewhere. A little bit there, tiny bit there, so yeah. Split it off again. Like I say, best practice. Run it all the way up here. Under that one. Wiggly wiggly spaghetti time. It's going to happen eventually. Spaghetti everywhere. And then that go up instead. Like the music. Ah, good. Just techno and trance mix. All sorts. Okay, in and there, I guess. What are we missing here then? The red circuits and low density structures. Again, we only need part of each, so split some off to go this way. Red chips. We need... Did we make enough for this? Yeah, I think we did. I think I mentioned needing to split some off. This is mega spaghetti time. One more up would be good. There we go. Satellites out there. I just need glass to come up. We have some of that somewhere. Some down there. Or is that... No, that's steel. This is the glass we have available. No great way to get it out of there. So, yeah, okay. Do the splitter again. So glass left. That's not great either. Let's send glass right. Cut under here. Can we join there? Yeah. Man, what a mess and complication. But you know, there you go. We're making navigation satellites slowly. Not getting any solar panels. Not getting any green chips down here because I didn't realise I needed them. Fine, it's another bit of spaghetti to add. Again, it would be best to split it off and bring it down, but I can't work out a good way of laying all this out, so now how are we going to get it in there? What can we do? I know. It's fine, it's temporary. We'll make it better later when we've got the tools to do it better. And on a bigger scale. Be easier when it's on a bigger scale. With that back one. We just want to make sure only right hand edge comes down. Which I can't really do that. No, don't like that. Can we use a splitter to make it happen? Don't think so. Do that one to the right. Where that pole's there, but we'll have to work around that. Like that. Move that one. Push that to the left instead. Shoot under there. Join them there. That'll work. Build if we get enough green, which we're not really getting. Input. Not bad, but not perfect. Interesting. Fast inserter's not enough. Improve that, as it appears to be important here. Just need to move this can. We can. Wrong one. I'll do for now. But yeah, I don't see the greens getting through. A few. Well, hopefully it's enough. We'll see, I guess. But that's good. We're now making the solar panels, so we can now make the satellites. We just need to flush that through a little way. Get the glass there properly. Good. Satellites exist. Satellites exist. Rocket fuel exists in the right amount as well. That's the important thing. So we need a cargo rocket silo. Everything else is ready. How do we make a cargo rocket silo? Logistical thing, maybe? Expect it to be near the satellites, but don't see it down here. Don't see it there at all. Rocket silo picture. Is it a production building? It's a mining drill. Do I have a search function? That'll help. Satellite rocket silo. Is that also permitted? Yes, in the same rate. That's fine then. Satellite rocket silo is on this page. Be nice to know where it lives. Don't see it. Interesting. Just getting blind after all this brain fuzz, I guess. Steel pipe circuits, big electric motors. So we're not making big electric motors yet, and we're not making concrete, so we need to just produce some of them to get this done. Big electric motor then. Needs small electric motor, needs lubricant. Okay. We only need to make 100 of them, so we take 200 small electric motors and 400 electronic circuits by like grabbing them out of places. Other production areas might be better, but this will do. Grabbed all them, it's not enough. Where are we not really making many little electric engines up there? Must be more of them somewhere else. Green chips here we can use. A few of as we're running past. Oh, we finished here. We've got a full chest of electric smelters, very nice. Bunch here we can grab. We're up to 270 out of the 400 of those that we need. 200 steel plate as well, which I'm a little short on. This is a faster rate. We'll stand here and get to the 400 we need. 400 of these that we need for this one thing. Then we will need more. There we go. Good. So yeah, small electric motors and some steel. Let's scoop up steel on the way down. That'll be enough. I've got one chemical plant. Let's make another. Glass and bricks. Well, let's make 5 more to have some spare. One of them's going to... We need at least one to make lubricant to produce these engines. Still don't see any of the little blue motors. Really? Maybe we just have to craft them up. Ah, here's some. Not many. Sit here and scoop them. Need 200 of them. Let's scoop some and make some. I guess we'll get after we've made the chemical plants. Do another research. Running out of ones we can do, even doing all these completely unnecessary ones. More iron and copper to make more of those engines when we get there. I think we will handcraft faster than we're scooping there. Still got enough, yeah, circuits and steel. Then it's just lubricant. We'll run down to where the heavy oil is. Temporarily set something up just to make these. 10-second craft time's annoying, but there we go. Get it done as quick as we can. Then we'll head to somewhere to make concrete. Look at what that needs first, and then sort it out. There, 150. Turns out we did scoop faster than crafting. That's fine. Whatever gets us there is fine with me. Steel. Good on them. 20 of them. And off we go. And we've got chemical plants to make the lubricant. Assembly machines do the rest. Probably take some more belt with us just in case. I mean, that's going to be enough for this, but we're low, so we should stock up. And inserters. Okay, that's enough. Do the job. Grab another stack of fast inserters and then we'll head down south where the oil is. Here we go. Should have, you know, at least 20,000 or at least 40,000 if everything is functioning how it's supposed to down here. Petrol is being flared because we have too much of it. Light oil is being flared because we have too much of it. Because they can't crack because there's too much petrol. Okay. We need to flare petrol quicker. I've only got one spare flare tower, but we'll set that up too. Not great, but there we go. What you mean is happening here? So they're configured. Yeah, it's being burned off. Yeah, on the flare stacks. The idea is to prevent a backlog. So you know how in vanilla, if you produce too much petrol, for example, and you fill in your storage, then you won't produce any more light oil until you move the petrol. So we have an option that helps with that here in the flare stack. So what we've got set up is if our storage goes above a certain level, 4/5, then we crack it down. So if we got too much big oil, we crack it down to light oil. If we've got too much light oil, we crack it down to petrol. Which is the first choice, the first thing you want to do, get the other materials and use them. But if there's still too much, there's like even more than that, then we have this little circuit set up to pump it into flare stacks, get rid of it completely. That way it always flows. But if it doesn't burn it quick enough, then it will back up. But it's fine. That second one seems to have kind of fixed it, which is good. Okay, let's make lubricant. Now I've assumed it's as simple as vanilla, which may have been a mistake. It's just heavy oil goes in. Good. Good. There's lubricant. Few machines to get started with. They're going to be making big electric engines. Big electric motors, sorry. I need to give them the steel circuits and motors, so if I do 8 of them, if I do 8 of them, then it divides nicely, but I need to do the maths on that. I've got 400, so it's 50 in each machine. Good, and then 25 of the other ingredients. Should be evenly split, and they should craft all those up as fast as we can. Could add more machines, I guess. It's not too bad. As long as there's enough lubricant being made, which looks close. Let's expand it. We can. Why not? Got the power, we got the oil. Might as well make sure it keeps flowing. Good. Okay, so while we're waiting for our engines to be made, we're going to grab the red circuits from somewhere. We'll have a backlog somewhere. The steel's fine, the pipe we've got, so it's 1,000 concrete that we need. Not refined concrete, just regular concrete. So 1,000 of that. Iron stick, stone brick and sand. We've got them somewhere. But yeah, slow crafting time. 10 each time, so we just need to do that 100 times. That's fine. When these are ready, we'll scoop all this back up. Somewhere on the belt we'll have all those ingredients together. Iron, sand and water. Probably on the corner here. Iron, sand, water. And stone bricks on the belt too, so that's all good. These are going fast enough, we're almost there. Looks like we're going to end up with odd numbers though, which is weird. Not that weird, I guess about 25 and put an odd number in, so it does make sense. one more cycle, I guess. So if I scoop them out and put them in there instead. It's not how many I wanted, but fine. That one's done. That one I need to put the ingredients in there. That one I need to put the ingredients in there. Needs its ingredients in there. It's done. That one's done. That one. Okay, all done, and I should have 100 big electric motors. Yes, perfect. Take all this down. Sure we'll need lubricant again soon, but not right now, and not in such a messy way. The last research we can do, unless there's another follower robot count after this. We are, you know, it's nice to progress through even the irrelevant research, it's nice to get through the tree regardless. Okay, so yeah, just east of here, where the corner of the belt is, I think we can get this done. A couple machines, I guess. Okay. Put them there. Got stone brick and iron. Is iron plate the right thing? It's no, it's iron stick we need, okay. Do need a step in between, okay. It's interesting. It's like iron ore in vanilla, isn't it? I think. But okay. Iron stick then. Into concrete. You also need sand. You're gonna have to split off and bring down. Can't reach that far. Need better electrical coverage, which need another pole for. Then yeah, water needs to come in. Awkward. Could do that. There's the water currently. There we go. Just need the bricks adding. And then we need an output. So if they're fed by inserters, they want to, they won't stack up inside. Not sure how to get the output. That and like that, I guess. To a chest there. Limit that at, we need 1,000. I don't know if it's 100 in a stack, then that many. Okay, that's fine. We'll just leave that making concrete for a while till we get the 1,000 we need. Then we just need to scoop up the red circuits from somewhere and a bit more steel, and we'll be able to make the rocket silo. Then we just need to plug in all the inputs, and we'll start launching satellites because all the inputs are ready to go. I'm going to leave that creating concrete while I just take another short break, as we are now 6 hours into the stream. It's a sensible time to stretch my legs once more. Give the brain a bit of a rest again. It's been a rough one today for complicated stuff. Not the most fun, but still interesting and still something there. Glad we're getting through it. Glad we're progressing through it for sure. So yeah, like usual, 3 or 4 minutes AFK, and then when I'm back, we'll get these rockets flying. I'll see you shortly. Hello there, I'm back from the break. We've got just another couple of hours to go in the stream, at most. You know, if my brain doesn't completely explode before we get there. We're going to get something into space in that time, I'm sure, and progress again. I'm looking forward to it. Nothing left to research that we can do until we get the yellow chips, the yellow tech cards. It's interesting there's so little to pick from. It's everything's kind of put behind advanced electronics, life support. Interesting. Must be part of getting into space. So we're going to need to build a spacesuit of some kind. Interesting. Let's queue up advanced electronics ready. So that is the gateway to many things. Gives us the blue chips, though they need rare metals, which we're not currently producing, so be some distance to go in development here on the planet. Get the rare metals, get them smelted, and create blue chips from them in order to well, produce these things, I guess. The signal transmission, meteor defense, exoskeleton would be nice. Space science pack, and space logistics, and space assembly. Okay, it looks like us going to space is locked behind getting rare metals up and running, so we do have, or will have, some distance to go developing here on the ground, because I'm going to want my rail network up and running to plug in the rare metal supply. I think we could do it messy, we could, but we've just done this messy, so I don't really want to. What are we doing here? We're over halfway, that's great. Can I go scoop up some of the other ingredients ready to build? Got 100 pipe. Got 100 big electric motors. We need 200 red chips. I've got 7 at the moment, so let's we can scoop from here. It's going to get us very close, very quick. 145. Scoop from this edge as well. There is 200. And then 500 steel plate. We can go grab that from the actual smelters, probably, if they're backlogged enough. Hope they are. We're not really actively doing anything if we're not researching, and everything else is filled up the storage we allowed for it. Over here is the steel. Interesting that they don't back up to 100 like in vanilla. How much is that? 400? 2, 3, 4, 500. Yep, just need the concrete. And we'll be good to go. Well, good to build a rocket silo and then see what happens, I guess. It's almost there, but we don't need any more sticks making. Empty some junk out of my inventory while we're here, actually. Ah, we're not crushing. You need more than 2 stone. Interesting. Got stuck. Let's feed the stone into smelting instead then. There we go. Anything else we can dump in there? Not really. Some things we can throw in to get crushed on our way back past it. Don't need them or them. them, I guess. Those extras. These ores. Them cables. Keep the rest. Not that one though. There we go. Good, and we throw our rare ores in here. Rare metals for now. Where they've ended up. Very close to done. That one's out of sticks. Let's take that down. Carrying that one that rounds it off. Need another 130. 13 times more. This would be made faster if I do put another one in. That's fine. That's fine. Let that run those and then tidy up a bit, and off we go. Should take that away too. We've got glass elsewhere now. Let's do that. Keep what we just grabbed for now, but yeah. Good. Where are we up to? Need 6 more runs. Got 5 here. Just need this to run one more time, so let's clear that out. There we go. And stop it from putting more in. There's 1,000 concrete. Those poles back. Okay, let's make rocket silo. It's going to take 30 seconds. It's probably the time it takes for us to run up where we need to be. It's all good. Very quiet. Yeah, electrical consumption is very low. Bits to make satellites because they is so slow, but evidently we don't need them that quick. What we need is for the telemetry data to get down to here. Which, yeah, I don't know. We'll just have a long belt and make it messy, whatever. Clear this corner back a bit and we'll put the silo right here. It's not quite central. Central isn't actually powered. We need a bigger pole there. Then we need heat shielding, rocket fuel, control unit, low density structure. So there's fuel and low density structure. There's heat shielding, so that needs to be joined by already. Rocket control units, they need to come over this way. They're at the end here. Up and over the top might be the best option. Can't see any other good way of cutting it through, which again, long belt of junk we don't want a long belt of, but no big deal. Okay, I can join that belt there. Then we've got All 4 ingredients together. I'm not sure they should be on shared belts. We got oh, they can be, yeah. Sorry, there, satellite telemetry, this one. Yeah, they definitely can be. Weird how little. Don't know. Inserters there. And they are inserting fast enough, just the ones of them. Good. And we need to bring satellites over here, which, again, can have a long belt of satellites, which is bad, but now we could move that machine closer and get this squiggle. Might prefer that. We've got squiggly belts of this anyway, so yes, I do kind of prefer that. Okay, I'm just going to make a mess of my inventory and everything, but what we'll have is a machine. Those inputs into it. This makes the satellite. What do we need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 inputs. But it'd be good to have it go into a chest and then in to stack a few up if it can. So like that. Put the chest there and limit it to, I don't know, 1 stack. There are. No, they take up 1 each, so let's do a whole row of them. That'll be fine. Just need to bring those other things over here. For example, rocket fuel and what are they called? Low density. So we've split them off here. That's no longer necessary. Just run them here. Low density are all going on that side. The rocket fuel is going to join it there. Can we just grab all the way over? Not quite. Do we need rocket control units? No. Nice if they were the other way round, I guess. In fact, can we actually cut it right back? This is really going to fill my inventory with junk. So yeah, send that under, split that, send it in. There's 2 of the ingredients. And trim back all these unnecessary lines now, so that's it's just steel now. So cut that and just send the steel over. Good. No, don't go that way. Those can run straight and they are going to come over. That's rockets ready to launch. I'm not ready because I've not finished tidying this up. Can we have the red, the rocket share? Yeah. Unnecessary. Don't need the big pole there anymore. lost track of we've got everything now, but sure we're good. That could be one further down. Okay. Getting there. Those going there. Do they always come on that side? Yes. Good. Those can join that there. That continues to work. So it's these that need to shoot under. I guess. Yeah, whatever. Don't need that one on the end. All good. Great. Then we're going to need an output, which would be really good as a loader. This would be very good as a loader. If it's going to do what I expect. So I really want a red loader. Another 12 red chips. Some small electric motors. Some brick is needed apparently. Okay, there we go. Just redo that. Make one red loader. Which will take a while, but when we've got it, it'll be best for this output. Which is going to run off that corner. Down there. Down this way. It's a long journey, but okay. Here would be best, wouldn't it? So let's that's going to go under there. One earlier. No, I don't need to join it with the other stuff, but I don't like doing that there. Send all these under instead. Why not? Plenty of underground belt. That's going to run this way instead. Those are going to run that way as well. There we go. So once that telemetry data comes back, we'll have yellow science packs. Science tech cards. Good. Ready to launch. It's got a satellite. It's good to go. Let's launch. Rocket number 1 is away. Which, you know, in vanilla we've won the game now, but we are nowhere near that. Satellite was launched into orbit. It's capable of seeing the whole planet. We've unlocked the navigation satellite uplink. It allows you to view the world via satellite. Press N to activate. While viewing, you can move, reveal the map without radar, place ghosts, change recipes, but not build. So this. Okay, we've activated like this mode, so I can go anywhere I want. I don't need a radar, because the satellite's going to reveal this for me. Very nice. Detected a weapons cache. Cool. Interesting. Like random loot and stuff. And yeah, like I can just go reveal more of the map without needing radars. That's very helpful. Interesting. Didn't know the satellites did that, but cool that they do. The result is 100 telemetry, which, like I say, when we've got this loader, that will output it nicely, quickly. Could put it on an inserter for now, I guess. Don't really want to. We've almost got the loader, so we'll wait for that. And then what we can do is set auto launch with cargo. So as long as it's got a satellite and the rocket's ready, it's just going to keep launching rockets automatically for us, which will return telemetry automatically, which is how we get the yellow science done, adding that telemetry to whatever. I believe the additional satellites unlock more stages of the space stuff, more satellites, more good for discovering other planets and so on. I guess we'll find out when the next rocket launches and it tells us what it does. That's very cool. Very cool to have got to that point today. Rocket launched. We'll have yellow science soon. Progressing. Made a mess in the progress, so probably what comes next is a long time of tidying up and fixing everything. Getting it onto the railway network would be my ideal. And then we're good. That's going to be loader shortcut. There. That just spits them all out nice and quickly. Unnecessary, I guess. They're not coming in that quick, but still. I prefer it. And we should, you know, based on what the factory planner told us, that's enough to feed all of these machines, so that when that one's finished making what it can from this, we should have had another rocket launched and back by then, so that it can keep producing at full speed. Dunno, bit weird. Or maybe it's designed not to, dunno. Guess with it being unlikely for us to get a backlog of them, we should have done that in a loop. Keep feeding all the machines, not just the one at the end. That's a bit annoying. We can do it somehow. Like grab the ones at the end and feed them back to the top. Or do the whole thing in a loop. It's possible. We'll leave it. There you go. There goes a rocket. That's pretty quick. Satellite discovered an orbiting space platform. Might be useful stuff up there. Open the Universe Explorer, select Orbit, click View Surface. Now it's Orbit, View Surface. Ooh, here's the space platform. Some solar panels, and a whole bunch of ruins. And a capsule. Interesting. Some transport belts, broken stuff. Guess the idea is we get up here and do something with it. Bunch of items here. Interesting. So this radar construction pylon could build stuff. Small logistics area, but big construction and vision area. Can't actually deconstruct these, no. But if there were robots up here, I might be able to. Don't think there are. Can take... No, can't take the items. No. Oh, those are... Wait. Yeah. That's for storage. No, we can't just grab them. Don't know how it works. Or how we get up here to get these things. I mean, I guess we have to launch ourselves up here is how it works. We don't know yet. But cool. We've unlocked that. And more telemetry has come back, so it is kind of backlogging. Interesting. That's making yellow science. We need to actually connect that up. Let's get that done. Don't really want to fill a belt. Rather they're all on one side, but I guess that's not going to be an option. Never mind. That one's there. So where can we go? One closer to it. There. That needs to get to the other side of that loop, which I guess there are multiple ways of doing. Let's go this way. Into there. There we go. Yellow science is provided. We are researching advanced electronics. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Great. That's every science card for down here, like replicating the vanilla process with the 6 colours, 7. 6 in this case, but 7 in vanilla when you get the space ones. And there goes another rocket. Wonder what we'll unlock this time. We discovered a new moon. We can see Solstice, the moon of this planet. Tells us some information about it. Interference wind, threat level, that's how many biters there are, solar power, the resources we can find there. So if we went here, we could mine up immersite in order to progress on that front. And so on. A lot of information about it. Cool. Scanning, view it. And then in the orbit, the moon orbit. Nothing here. Yeah, that makes some sense. Then it said, yeah, orbit view. You can see the planet, the moon of it, sure. And these are all the stars we can go to that will have other planets and other moons at. Okay. I suppose we're going to have to get used to some point not running around, but using this enhanced map view to go around and do the building and stuff. At some point soon. We'll need to get used to that. Find out how it works. Limitations. We may still need to run around a lot because, you know, everything's quite a bit of a mess around here. Very cool. Very nice. Good. So what's next? You know, we've done that. What do we do now? Continue research, I suppose. Unlock new things. I think it's about time we set up our rail grid down here. So we need to plan how it's going to be. I'm going to grab some rail, fiddle with some designs. Probably all that we do for the rest of the day. Just come up with the design that I want to use. An idea for it. We'll use this empty space to plan it out, and then when I'm happy with it, we'll extend it and start building within the grid, moving different elements into the grid, all the production, so on, sorting out how the trains actually function and everything like that. What do we research now then? Exoskeletons would be lovely, but I'm not sure we're actually going to make them considering what they need. Signal transmission's probably not relevant to us yet. Do we need life support so that we can make a thruster suit with mag boots? Don't go into space without it. I think we want one of them. Centrifuge not so necessary yet. Meteor defense would be nice to get it going, I guess. But we'd need blue chips for that, which I'm not sure we're going to get anytime soon. Adaptive armor, power armor, military. Let's go with life support. And we'll head towards getting the thruster suit and so on to get up into space and doing things up there, I guess. Got a bunch of junk here. I'd like to empty out the inventory. Bunch of stone first. Throw that into the smelting over here again. Once we've got a little bit of coal that can go in. Solid rocket fuel. We could feed it as a fuel, but probably easy to just grind that up along with control units and what have you. Any other random bits of junk? That'll do. Okay, that's that done. So let's research this suit. Making it's not too bad. It's stuff we're already making for the rockets. Plus a jetpack and life support. What have we got? Where is that? Life support. We just need a few electric motors with the lubricant again, which we can do ad hoc. Jetpack's dead easy to make. So we may be able to make that pretty easy. Just would need to set up a bit more lubricant again. Okay, let's grab a whole bunch of rail to play with. Maybe not that much. That'll do. And then yeah, we want like locomotives and wagons so we can play with size of things. That'll do for now. I vaguely know what I want to do. Extra long trains, what I want to go long distance. Because of how spread out things are, they're not like super long. It's probably unnecessary. We could do the typical one locomotive with 4 wagons. Have plenty of success, but I want to go with 2 locomotives, 8 wagons. Because long trains are pretty. I like how they look. That's what I'm going to go for. We're going to, yeah, probably gone a bit too far, but let's start building out here for an idea. Although, ought to align things so we don't try and go over water too much. We will need to set up some landfill so that we can keep the grid going okay. I'm in a good spot here. Here's going to be perfectly acceptable. We'll work from here. Let's keep researching while we do all this though. Whatever we can. Allows you to launch cargo into space or to other planets. Cargo isn't us, but I mean we could send robots, I guess. Oh no, it is us. Capsule big enough for a passenger. So we need that to go up. Let's research that. Different kind of silo. So every grid is based on having like roundabouts connected by both horizontal and vertical lines. So start with a roundabout. We think needs to be about that. Like this is 6 between. Is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then around the corner. Same again. I believe. And what this should allow is to come off on the edge of the corner there and have gap of 2 like I usually do, and then the next rail here joining in. Same here, we end up with 4 lanes. So gap of 2. Then that's not quite right. It's a gap of 3 in the middle. I want a gap of 2 in the middle. Let's take that down then and try again. Why don't we start with how the 4 lanes are going to go. One, 2, rail, 1, 2, rail, 1, 2, rail. So the outside one needs to turn straight away, I think. Then you'd have 1, 2, rail, 2, rail. Another rocket's gone up. We've discovered an asteroid belt. Cool. It's got lots of beryl there, whatever that's for. Can we view? We can view. Oh, there's a spaceship here. Touch to capture. I like touch with my character, not with my mouse. Okay. We could go steal that spaceship, I guess, somehow. Bunch of iron. Really cool stuff that they've done with this mod, really cool. Platform and then yeah, back home. They can remove chunks, like reset them. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. There we go, back home. So we've got that silo unlocked. Cool. Rocket landing pad allows you to deliver rocket pods. Particularly fussed by that. Reduces chance that cargo pods get damaged. As long as they don't get destroyed, then I wouldn't mind that too much. Space assembling seems important to progress scientifically. It needs us to go through meteor defense. Let's start researching that then. That goes like that. One there, 1, 2, that one there, there, straight around the corner. Straight around the corner. That's the right gaps then. Take that angle, turn it, and this one as well. Something's not right there. From that curve forward, turn it. There we go. Adding like little extra straight bits where I'm not expecting it to, which might be getting my count off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 was correct, just had it lined up wrong somehow. On that curve around. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like that's definitely not right. Like yeah, a straight one got put in the middle there at some point. I'm not lining this up right. We don't build from there, we undo, go back a little step to that one, I see, yeah. connects in there, but then we take from that point here. So you have to check that the train can actually do all the angles of these junctions. Maybe getting it wrong. It looks okay, you know. It's not very circular, that, but it is a roundabout of type. Okay, through delivery cannon then. Shoots resources into orbit and beyond. Cool. And then yeah, out the middle of there. Join this one somehow. Five back. And in it goes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that right? Yep. Right, and then from there. Just angle. 3, 4, 5. Okay. Meteor coming down, but not hitting us. Good. Not a huge fan of how square it looks, but it does get all the right angles and stuff. So what we would have in this case is that the inside lines will be like the train stop for whatever's inside this square. You might just have them on the horizontals or something like that. If someone's in the stop unloading or whatever, then another train coming around the corner can take the outside line to get around them and off at the next one. What you can do is connect them like across and up and down, and really complicate the circle in all sorts of ways, so that you also have like a bypass lane. So if one is going slow, another train can take a different lane to get around them. That's not going to be an issue. Just start space assembly research. It's not going to be an issue because I'm going to use the same size train for everything. So ones that are empty will move faster than ones that are full, not by a significant amount. Not if we use the right fuel, it won't be significant enough for that overtaking to matter. Being able to get around them when they're parked will definitely matter, so that's why we've got the 2 lines in each direction, 2 lines each direction. So like I'm happy with this kind of layout. You do the same as usual. Rail chain signals going in and regular signals coming out, and with enough of them around the circle in the middles and everything, things ought to flow perfectly fine. So I'm okay with that. So the other option is instead of aligning the inside of the square, but the outside line here with the circle, you align the inside one and then pull off, so you can kind of visualize that next to it. I can pick between them. So it'd have this one doing the circle. Not quite that far. Circle would be a lot smaller in that case. That's the inside one. Something not quite right there. Let's say it is. We've got that. Space assembly's okay, so we get space logistics, I guess. All these space bits and pieces that we can research. Don't know when we're going to use them, but let's get them. So not quite right with that alignment. Two in the middle there, so we should have two in the middle there. Those should be able to join fine, unless you need one more. That's possible. Because we can tell if we grab that. No, it's just one loop like that. Can flip it. Great. But they're not joined. Ah, yeah, they are if you do that. Okay. That's all good then. This creates a much smaller circle, a circle that looks circular. And what you do is from here, go back around like that. Guess not from there. From there would do the job, wouldn't it? Up and over. There you go. We have discovered Hephaestus. Have a little look at it. What? Just another planet closer to the sun, full of vulcanite. It's waterless. Interesting. Improved solar generation. View the surface. What's it look like? Oh, very volcanic. Yeah. Very volcanic. Lots of stone. There's some vulcanite. Cool. Almanite. Cool. Looking forward to when we can actually explore all these things. At the moment it feels out of reach. We've got a lot of work to do before we can get there, but I don't know. I mean, like I say, if we do it messy, we can get there quick, but you know, I'm not a fan of that. Advanced lab. It's one that you build on other planets or asteroids. Incompatible with basic tech cards. That does the space science stuff. Makes sense. Cool. That's great that that's all up and running. These are the two potential designs, I guess, for the corners. The bit in between also needs to be worked out. How long it's going to be and everything like that. Doesn't really make a difference, I suppose. Like your signals. Not got any signals, have I? And I didn't bring enough brick to make any. Interesting. Maybe to make some with wood, shouldn't I? If I use electronic circuits like that. Yeah, there we go. Good. Just make a few of each so I can visualize things. Your signal's going to be... Well, I would probably put them here, wouldn't I? We're going to drive on the left, so... There and there. And in the middle of here. As well as the entrances. Can't quite visualise that. There and there. Middle of that one. So if there's anyone in that junction, people are not going to come round, they're not going to proceed or whatever. But as soon as they've cleared it into the straight, away they go. And that's the same on either design. If you put the signals on where the straight is, because it's a little further away in the design on the left. Well, it's probably not actually from the actual, because that's a tighter circle. It's probably the same kind of distance. So yeah, I don't think it makes a difference to like the flow of traffic at all to either design. Would be fine. So what are we researching next? What do we need to unlock space science? Because I don't think it's going to be doing it for a while, but it'd be good to have. Rocket landing pads are needed. Let's get them. Hi Javo, nice to see you. I want to bypass the loop when turning right. Oh, I see what you mean. Bypass the loop when turning right. So instead of going all the way round, just cut that corner. Because it won't make. I don't think it will make a difference. I suppose it means if you're capable of coming from here over here. Left-hand drive. Bypass the loop when. I'm left-hand drive. So you mean when turning left? Yes, because it is irrelevant. I think. That's fine. It's no problem. I like left-hand drive because it puts the signals inside the rail network rather than outside of it. Which I'm not sure if that's a clever reason or a really stupid reason, but that's why I prefer it. So you're saying, why not cut this one into there? Not necessarily like that, but for example. Yeah, I don't know. Figure it's because that's where we drive. No, I mean, like most video games you play, I'm driving on the right hand side of the road. I'm kind of used to that, even though yeah, in real life I drive on the left. No, it's yeah, because of where the signals and train stops end up. I don't know, just a preference I developed over time playing the game. Rocket landing pad's done, so we also need space fluid handling. If a it would signal it differently, so it can go round. The inside is a train stop, so if a train is on the inside on the right here, and they want to come round this corner into a train stop, then this would allow another train approaching to get around them earlier than waiting for them to come into the stop and then cutting round. The speed the trains are going and the length of them, I'm not sure. I mean, I think you're right. I think it will improve throughput, but I'm not sure it'll improve throughput enough to like make any difference to us in action. It's this complicated terminology, but yes, it's a two-lane grid, a two-lane network, but it's going to be a grid that's always 4 lanes everywhere. So there's another one of these at the end of here. Like this isn't a roundabout; it's a corner of where 4 squares meet. Another planet discovered. Gorgon. What's Gorgon all about? Gorgon is full of uranium. And it's very bad for solar power. And I'm pretty sure, I was wondering about this earlier in the game. Here where it says threat 7%, pretty sure that means there are biters, even though I'm in peaceful no whatevers. On this planet they don't spawn, but on that one they do, I think. I believe that's how that works. A squareabout, yeah. Okay, we'll stop calling it roundabouts. We'll call it squareabout. But I prefer the look of the one on the left because it is actually round. That's what we need a decontamination facility. What on earth is a decontamination facility for? Lets us create cosmic water. Decontaminate biosludge. Interesting. We'll find out about that later, I guess. You can do a 4-lane roundabout, yes, where like the everything can be bypassed in some fashion. About there, maybe. That would then have regular signal. Another regular signal there. Just hold that so I can visualise the sectors of it. Yeah, like I said, I just don't think it will matter in the use case we've got. You can have 2 circles as well within the roundabout, or you end up with like a helix because of how they come off sometimes. Don't know, that's another design. Can't. Welcome back, David. Can't force them to use the inside lanes on this design. Here I think they would prioritise that, which is preferable. We can research space science. We have that available. What I don't want to do is overcomplicate it, and I don't want to just copy paste someone else's design from the internet, because that would be like a dead easy thing to do to get the full 4-lane. But this, like, it isn't. Yeah, you're right. Usually, it just doesn't make a difference. Like you're talking about throughput change of like an extra 2% on a factory that just doesn't care because it's backlogged all the time. Let's finish pulling these off to see the whole picture of it. There. Don't even have it. Yeah, can't even saturate it. Yeah. Absolutely. Which I doubt we will. Even with the mod and everything, I doubt we would. Check there. Let me have that link open so I can check it out later and everything. But yeah, the full like actual 4-lane network, which is different to what I have in mind, because I'm imagining having 4 lanes everywhere, but the trains are actually only functioning on 2 of them and the others are stops. It's like slightly different concept in that the extra lanes here aren't for faster vehicles to overtake, because they're not going to be faster. We're not going to have short trains or long trains or anything like that. Don't spur out. What do you mean by spur out? Like from... If you're able to explain. I know it's hard for me to be talking and you're typing and we're trying to talk about something quite complicated. Create a bus stop or a spur. I think the answer is no. So I'll build this further and show what I'm thinking of. This won't be the right length, but might be close. So the stop, like the actual logistic train stop, will sit here. And obviously like signals everywhere, which I don't have enough spare to do, but like I'm not sure if we'll have them on the verticals either. They might just be on the horizontals or something like that. But yeah, I don't know. Might be on all of them. This lane, or on the design on the right, the same positioned one, has just the train stop. So if they're unloading for whatever's in this grid square, they pull off on that edge and unload. Any other train coming through this section uses the other lane to get around them, so they're not stopped because someone is unloading. And that's only, I think it only can work if you're using logistics train stops from the LTN mod, because otherwise you run the risk of someone like parking, waiting for this stop to become clear. You need the stop to always be clear, which the LTN can control. Space science is researched. What's left in our list then? I'd like to just grab things that are going to help us down here. There aren't many of those around. Worker robot speed, why not? Let's grab that. LTN is inefficient, yes. It's a different way of managing. It's a very different approach, and it requires like buffering of goods, a significant amount. But then, like, what works similar to LTN but doesn't require depots. Interesting. What I've done before is had, like in LTN, is logistics train network. Yeah, logistic train network. It's the mod that it makes train stations function like the chests you get in the bot network. So you set ones that are requesters and ones that are providers, and then you tell it like what you're requesting here, and if it finds the provider that matches, it sends any train, like whatever one it's got available, to go and pick that up and deliver it here. That's what you'd call a bus stop kind of train stop. Interesting. Yeah, yeah, I can see what you mean. Where it's like parallel, as opposed to pulling it off in some fashion into the square in some other angle. Yeah, or across the square. Yeah. Yeah, like boost backwards double-headed. I'm also very tempted by double-headed. Like, I've never used LTN on a network as big as we need to use here, so I'm interested in seeing it work. But if it's not the best option, then the other mod I have installed is the one that allows decoupling. I think that's like very interesting but completely irrelevant, so I'm interested in it, but I don't think it's actually going to be usable, which is why I was favouring LTN instead of that. The idea would be you leave the wagons behind, so you'd like leave wagons at one station, and then a train comes along, couples with it and takes it where it needs to go, drops it off, decouples, and goes and does another job. but I'm not sure about controlling that and so on. You've got this mod, Riven's train routes. Assign multiple trains to the routes. Sure. Easier for handling like a group of lots of them. Yeah, that makes sense. Though the vanilla functionality isn't bad anymore for controlling trains. And like, you know, you can copy paste between trains and stuff like that. Control them from a distance. Trying out train groups. Who's made that? Rayguard. Interesting. Oh sure, it's the same kind of concept. Make a group, add a train to it, and it'll behave like the other ones in the group. It's handy. It's time saver for sure. Yeah, you can just, if you need to make a change, you can change them all at once rather than having to go through them all and fiddle one at a time. But then, like, you wouldn't need to do that in an LTN network because they'll just do whatever. And all the trains are going to be identical, so don't know. Like, I don't know between using LTN and not using LTN. Thing I usually do, so if I'm not using it, I'd usually have a spur line where trains come off the network to wait. Because the best I've managed to do it in the past is you can do circuit network off the signal behind. When it turns orange, kick the train out of the way. That's not fast enough. You need like an earlier signal to tell it to move. Like the other train has decided it's going to come, then get out of the way earlier. Which, yeah, because we can't. That was on an even smaller network with smaller trains. With the long ones we're going to use, you can't have it waiting for an orange signal behind it. It's like way too late. It will stop on the roundabout. Slower delivery, yeah, but doesn't matter. All you need is a bigger buffer, and then the delivery speed doesn't really matter. Congestion at the depot, true, very true. Pull a train that's yeah, it makes the wrong decision, sure. Pulls the wrong train. Inefficient choice. If your depot's in the right, like if I only have one depot, that wouldn't matter, I guess. Yeah, I don't know, like I say, it's the scale of the network might just be too big for LTN. It is one thing that's on my mind. Definitely. And the alternative is you just have a train that does the journey. That's it. Gonna be big. Just make sure you got enough trains moving all the time to deliver everything you need. Don't know. Very uncertain about it. The design on the left looks more circular. The design on the right looks more better. Can do the bypass. Again, it's kind of irrelevant going from stop to stop. A bit, maybe. What science pack are you on? We've got all the terrestrial ones. So we've got those 6. Which I guess the first one's irrelevant now, but we've done rocket. That's up and running. We've researched science, but we've not gone to space at all yet, other than satellites, but you know. Got past the blue science and then restarted. It's always tempting to restart, but with the amount of hours put in, I think I'd rather like tear the base down and rebuild it if we got to that point and not have to redo anything. But like progression wise. think we're just doing like generic stuff at the moment. Keep going with that. Power armor's nice to have, I guess, to progress. Either way, so one thing we could do, cut this back a bit so I can finish the thought, extend the bypass. Is the thought. That would head to there. Remove that stretch of it or not. And extend to this side as well. Restarted because you wanted to reinvest. Sure. I've done zero handcraft. Yeah, zero handcraft with K2 would be easy to just end up in the wrong spot, I guess. On that lane and you're turning left, you use of them. I don't think that's better. Yeah. I don't know, you know, if you're looking for something new to do, it's a fun challenge, that's for sure. Or an interesting challenge, for sure. But yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Like, I wouldn't... I do 8-hour sessions of this, I'm pushing it. Adding more challenge, you'd need to take a lot of breaks from it. So yeah, you just keep building like the same again and again. More of the intermediate products again and again. I don't know, there's some fun in it, you know, there is some, definitely. Do whatever. Software engineer by profession, yeah, fair enough, yeah. Yeah, it is, or can be, enjoyable. Problem there, I guess, would be... Yeah, not quite what I'm after. Keep that one, but remove that one. Which means if you're coming into that stop... No, because you can't go from opposite. No. Definitely keep them all. Yeah, from the loop. Unless, I mean, there's always... They go to the next one to get here, but no, we don't want that. There's also like not having stops on the vertical, in which case this line wouldn't exist at all. Neither would that one. Which would look a bit weird, I guess. Yeah. Keep the extra line there, it doesn't kill us to have it, even if we're not putting a stop on it. No big deal. Bypass, yeah, probably not necessary, but could be. Yeah, could do, yeah, left only, yeah. And then so on. What have we just lost? A little bit of smelting. Oh, I do want to go fix that, but we're a long way away, so we'll go fix it later. Keep going on whatever research we can. At this point, we've done the progressive stuff, so yeah. Path longer but reduces traffic, yeah, which is again, it's like I don't have grappling gun mod as part of the pack. I've unlocked a jetpack, but I haven't built one yet. Which, you know, yeah, we need to. We absolutely need to, yeah. Well, especially because we've spawned in a desert, so the sand is actually slower to walk on than usual. But yeah, we've unlocked like the spacesuit, so I guess we'll build one of them soon, which includes making a jetpack. think this one on the left just looks too small to me. I like that it's circular. We could make that more circular, I guess. Can we? Give it a go. Yeah, grappling gun is a recommended mod with SE, but it's not in the base of it. Which I cherry picked which ones I wanted and didn't want. And bring that round a bit more. It's 2 instead of 6, but then that's going to make it. We'll have a look. You reroll because you spawn in swamp. Yeah, God. It took me a while to realise that I was moving slower, but then I was like, I definitely am. That's going to be 2, 3 from the straight. 2, 3. It's not more circular because of that bit as well. Tesla coils, interesting. Yeah. Try again. Let me. I don't like this one on the left, so I'm going to tear that down. I've decided. I like the circle. I just don't like the size of it. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah. It is only 2-lane and therefore any extra size is irrelevant or counterproductive. The smaller it is, the quicker they get round it, of course. Yeah. Trying to edit that one's not going to work, so I'm just going to try making a new circle that's bigger, but I need it the right size for the number of lanes and the spacing, which we'll get. Discovering all sorts. All our satellites going up. Try to chunk lock. Not heard the term chunk lock. Just whatever the size is, what it is. Not sure what you mean by that, Jay. Mostly I try and make it so that the power poles align nicely, but... Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. No, like it is what it is. But yeah, that does actually make a lot of sense. Like when you're... Because of how they align, you can snap it somehow. Never played with it before. I'd be inclined to just get it... Like spend quite a lot of time getting the design how I want it, and then that's it. It aligns how it aligns, and that's acceptable to me. Okay, so if we want a circle, the last one we did had 6 between, so if we do 2 between. What I don't then know is, yeah, what to put between on the corner, so you can put a straight in there and then curve. Like that. Coming off. Like that's bigger and more circular. Then it's whether, yeah, It would need to be bigger in order to pull off to that one. Yeah, it would be. Need to be. So in this case, it would be that design. Once you get the 4-way done, make the blueprint. If you snap 32 to 32, center it to 32 to 32. Interesting. And then, yeah, because you end up with that, I know what you mean, the alignment where it just doesn't align, or you flip it and it doesn't align. Had that problem before for sure. But yeah, that would save some time if I get that right, against manually building all 4 corners and then just copy pasting it on top of, like, overlapping. Yes, needs to be bigger if you want to bypass. But yeah, no, I think that's the point. The bypass is irrelevant because it's not a 4-lane system. It's a 2-lane system with bus stops, as you call them. By building blueprints in complex logic. Have you ever done? Man, I can't remember the name of the mod. The mod that lets you make a combinator that creates blueprints, so you can just recursively build the base or expand the base. That's like, reading about how that works and what people have done with it was like the limit of that's where I reached. Like, I can't do that in Factorio. Or the logic with that combinator that lets you change the recipes as well on the fly, so you can just make whatever. Crazy. Ran them on myself and read the document. Yeah, very interesting. Really interesting. Time gating bots. Can still have to speed up the left turn. Let me build one in so we can visualize how we would do it. But I might make this circle bigger to allow it. Want to try recipe changer with SE? Yeah. Yeah. To come off from there. No, that's not right. In fact, can I? Successfully, I can. Perfect. Yeah, yeah. I'm used to it. I assumed it wouldn't align, but perfect. Yeah, it does. Build into. Okay, so we can still bypass around there. That's the bit that's kind of irrelevant, in that that's someone. Actually, it's not really. It's someone coming out of a train station, so they're inherently going slow. So if they could bypass around the corner without getting in the way of someone else who's coming past them, that's an advantage. Move it in more, yes. I see what you mean. I see what you mean. That's a very good idea. Yeah. So the bit where they come off to make the stop is further along here, wherever. Yeah, I think this is more useful. trying to do is separate people making a left turn from people using the loop to go in another direction. Because the people making the left turn can do it very quick, if need be. Let's go with our usual 1, 2. Research whatever's next. And then like whatever here really, but something like that. Yeah, and on the entrance, the entrance to the junction, the opposite. People needs to crisscross, doesn't it? It needs to, both options. Which isn't a neat way of doing it. We can align that better, but and that's Die build is also considered a buffered merge. Ah, yeah. So someone who was on the stop at the top that wants to turn left, you don't want to give them that option. But if they're not turning left, they need that option to get out of the stop. Well, they can do that further up. They don't need to cross over. That would just not be there, I guess. Somewhere back here you've got where they rejoin. So it's less about two trains coming from the same direction, but one train coming from the other direction that gets held up when it doesn't need to be, I guess. But then still. Yeah, I thought about that too, Jay. Like if they're looking for the fastest route and that's through a train stop, they're going to try and go through the train stop. Whereas you don't necessarily want them to. It doesn't. If it's empty, it doesn't particularly matter. But discouraging that by making it the longer route, or like bringing them off later, yeah, it does make sense. In which case, yeah, like something like this. Wouldn't necessarily need that at that point either. They actually do join here. So your, like you say, bus stop is just like a separate thing that's in the middle of the square on each side, any side, whatever. Absent that, it's just a two-lane network, like one in each direction, left-hand drive. And at the junction, you've got all the regulars and a bypass, like that. Yeah. Good idea. Simple, you know, which is good. Leave the long merge. Yeah, you could. Yeah. I see what you mean. I understand what you mean by buffered. Yeah. So if you, if that distance can hold an entire train until it comes back in. Then if someone is taking the left turn and someone's cutting across, the one cutting across, yeah, as long as, okay, let me get this right in my head. If the distance between where they're merging and the roundabout isn't long enough for a whole train, then the one coming across will take priority over the one that can wait, because it's left its chain signal at the start. Once it's done that, it will block this guy. As long as it can't also be made to wait, because if it can wait, then the one coming from the left might take priority, and yeah, it would block something if it can. Or, well, I suppose that doesn't matter if the signal's here. Let's imagine they're 4-length trains, which they won't be, but if they are, as long as that guy gets off the roundabout and waits there for the guy coming round, doesn't really matter. Unless there's like a third guy, but I don't think you can plan for that really, or should plan for that really. So rather than it just like joining it, it goes longer round so it's long enough to fit. Then this junction doesn't need to be the same thing. It can still like carry on before the bus stop, as we're calling it. Yeah. It might be quite long, but that's fine. And that junction, I guess my preference is for every gap between every junction to be the length of a train. In general, it's my preference. 10 long, so 2 locomotive, 8 wagon. No, all the same size. I think they could be mixed, but I think if you do mix size, that's a good reason to go to 4-lane everywhere. Yeah, I think if you've got mixed, you end up with some trains that are going a lot faster, like an unloaded small train will take a significant speed increase over a long one. Yeah, I mean, I'm not intending to put a lot of intermediates into the train network, but maybe some of the fundamentals, iron gear wheels, and you need tons of them, so why not? Or whatever. You know, I don't mind having full trains driving around in circles being unneeded. Like, I don't mind that. We're not going for like min-max, we're not going for maximum efficiency. Like, nice, organised, and best efficiency we can get without being crazy is what I tend to go for. Which, yeah, I mean, that's easier if you've got all the same size. And I'll want big ones to bring ore around, so whatever, you know. And it's in my mind the length of each of these squares that we're going to work in is going to be bigger than people usually do. Because what I typically see is like the space for a roboport, or maybe like 4, whereas I'm going to go much bigger than that. Like if it's a 10 unit long train, it'll be like 3 times that, I guess. We can centralise the stations and then have a train before and a train after in terms of space. It's pretty big, I guess. Probably make the spaces 12 long so that the wagons can be central. So the first session, like to overbuild, absolutely. I like to build to the correct ratio even when it's completely irrelevant. I think you can get a long way in Factorio just by building like one of each building feeding into each other, and that's fine. You don't need the right ratio, you don't need things to line up, you can just be bottlenecked by whatever and deal with the time it takes to make things, but it's just not my playstyle. Like, it's fine, I can see it, just not how I do it. Yeah, always building perfect ratio, always building on square grids, always like lining things up a particular way, you know. I enjoy sticking to my style is all. Perfect ratio for the inserter assemblers, yeah, which is unnecessary because we're making like well, it's 1 per second, but it's not because they're in grey machines, so it's 1 per 2 seconds. That's like way more than you need. Yeah, yeah, like I'm not going to use that many. So what we've got in the base is just everything is backlogged. So these machines aren't actually running at all because I don't need that many inserters. And every other thing is stopped because we just don't need that many. Which is fine. Like it lets you use those resources elsewhere, and then it will make them when we want to make them. It's an interesting way of solving the puzzle, I guess. It's the puzzle I want to solve, is how to get that correct ratio, even though it's irrelevant. Zoom out a bit. Yeah, sure. Yeah. There's a better view, isn't there? This one. So power is over here, and it's the basic like vanilla style. So I really want to look at power soon. Alternative options, how to do that. And then oil is down here with cracking and flaring and everything to keep that flowing for the time being. In like just really long straight row, which sure. The smelting's all in like your typical 24 blocks, 12 on each side. Inputs on the outside with the splitters to divide them, and things coming through the middle. Though in it must be from K2, but you don't get a full belt out with this. You get like 3/4 or something like that, so it's not perfect. But then we just like merge them to make it whatever we wanted. Don't normally build a central bus. Yeah. And I don't particularly know how to not do it, but but you know, I'm just so used to it, I guess, because of the layout. It is, I guess, how I do it. But the squares and the way the items fit in between them, the assemblers fit in between them and stuff, makes most sense pulling from a bus line or whatever you call it. And then like smelting feeding onto it direct. And then yeah, like we hit a pond, so we turned the corner and so on. We went a bit too far north. I didn't want to build out in here, so I turned the corner again. And everything feeds inwards to the labs. All good. This is like what we've done today is redid the corner to get electric smelters being made here, and then added yellow science on the end of here, like rocket launching, oxygen, everything like that, which is yeah a pain, and they're not really not good production ratios. Small in some places, must remember to fix that, but yeah. Usually build and directly connect to needs. So yeah, like I can't make any sense of what's going on. That's nice. Little kind of spaghetti but not full. Yeah. Oh, and then train based, yeah. Not bots or anything. Oh, I see. Yeah. So you're not it's not that different to having a bus. It's just not like a neatly squished together one with like bits that pull off and stuff. It's still like yeah, directly feeding the lines where they're needed, which is in some ways better. Okay, I'm going to line this up. So if that's the exit, and the next train signal is going to be a long way down. What have I got that set on at the moment? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Further. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There. With the basket 2 wrapped in, yeah, that's very fair. It's more important to get it tidy than to progress, which is very frustrating. Yeah, I can understand that. That is the space. So that's about a third of the length, I'm thinking. Didn't want that bit. I don't have the space to do this here. I've got too close to the... we're going to need something, some movement before I can build this into place. With vanilla use 1 by 1, 1 by 2, yeah. Which could be really... that could be fun. Just 1 by 1. I mean, I've not looked in a while actually, but the actual... what do you call it? Like the speed depending on fuel used kind of deal. I think 1 by 4 is like optimal. If you fuel it with something like rocket fuel or even with solid fuel, you get a very good speed. But a 1 by 1 is very cute. I'll rebuild it to make sure I'm happy with the pattern. You're right, I should have blueprinted it, but it's not that complicated. I hope it's not that complicated. I'm going to start at the bottom and then work up to get the length I want. Bottom's going to be around top of here. Not quite lining up how I want with that. I want it to be... here. There you go. Yep. You know, I don't know. I've never really been into the robots. Just never, I don't know. Something about them I just don't like. Nothing in particular, just I prefer belts, inserters. Even trains I'm not a huge fan of. Well, I mean, I am in general, but not of using them in general in the game. So like I like belts. And I enjoy the process of building in the game. So yeah, I do not do a lot of copying, pasting, blueprinting, any of it. I really enjoy SE. Is it a lot of that, is it? I thought you had to do like a lot of remote work and I guess logistically you wouldn't use robots and stuff. Don't know. With the vibe that the developer's a bit anti-bot. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Especially with that added element of like the bots that crash every now and then. I think it's very much trying to get you away from them. It's fine, yeah. You know, I run everywhere at slow speed, and I crazy, really. The tools are there to be used. I should use them. You know, I don't mind. As long as I'm having fun, then I'll keep doing it my way. I like trying out other things. I love it when people come by and talk about how they do things, and I give the tips on what they do so I can learn about them and how they work. And of course, most of my experience of the game is before these tools were actually like available down here, so I'm not used to having them so readily available to click on and use. Yeah, probably. Such a good sandbox is Factorio for doing what you want, the way you want to do it. I think my roundabout is crooked. No. No, it's... you think? Can't be. Very good idea. Yeah, it's fine. I'm rotating, I'm flipping. That kind of looks off. I don't... Just put a signal so I can check it is rotating it. Yeah. Yeah, no. When I looked at it on that blueprint screen, it did kind of look off. It might just be because some of these rails coming off it are longer than the others. Something like that. Trim those because we're not building in those directions yet. Come through here, and then they've got signal at the exit there. I've done that the wrong way around, have I? No, we're on the left hand, heading down. We build the other one. Be easier to work with. To try grid snapping. Yeah. Let's. I want to check while you write about the numbers. Let's trim it back and then do that. I mean, let's blueprint that. Like I say, best to have it, really. So you said snap it to the grid. Name it as well. Make the grid 32 by 32, was it? Or do I therefore need to go 64 by 64 because it doesn't fit? Center. Oh, I see. Can't drag. Is it 4 and 4? Might need to set grid position offset. Which is this? I think that looks good. If I create that, I see, then it snaps. I see exactly what you mean. Snaps to a chunk border. Yeah, it's Streamplay. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Like I say, hard to have a conversation like this, isn't it? It's all good. So if I, that's where I want it, and I want it over here somewhere. We can Did I save that? Yeah, that's all good. Deconstruct this slot and rebuild it like snapped. Always aligned. Yeah, yeah, perfect. Ah, I can just like run out to the middle of nowhere and yeah, might need it. I don't know. We'll see. It's a good start. Good place to start from. Those rocks are in the way, so I'm just going to start there. Another 1,000 miles, just drop it, yeah, and then it will join in a line, yeah. That's in the wrong place now. That's fine. Let's keep going. This one will be easiest to work with. Rail signal. We're going to leave there. On the next one, full length, 12 units away. It's there. Copy that length. Not ideal. It's there, basically. Copy that again. There. What's that? Just check that actually, if I can. This view. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, yeah. Perfect. Have your stop signals tighter than the train we have to accelerate longer. Rail frees up in front. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, yeah. It's not about the one it's in, but the one ahead of it leaving. The closer they are, the sooner the one ahead of it leaves. Yeah. And this is, we can do that, no problem. This is just to get the distance right, or see what the distance would be. I want 3 train lengths, kind of, and a bit. 3 train lengths and a bit. That one would go there, which is too soon. So the next one is there. Gives us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 13, 14 to play with. Okay. Oh no, it's fine. Yeah, yeah. No, I will do what I want to do. Don't worry about that. But I appreciate like those tips and those things that yeah, ideas. Absolutely. Like all that kind of stuff. Like how you do things is always interesting to look at, and then any ideas you've got, tips I'd like to hear, and I can say no if I want to. Absolutely. Okay, they're not actually going to live there. I need to work out where they are going to live. Going to be a chain signal there, that's for sure, and then to work out the middle. 14, it's 14 ahead of where it was. So if I move the next one up 7, doesn't really help, but it's something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. then the one at the end needs to move up 7 as well. No, that doesn't work then. Got that wrong, haven't I? Might just be a bit too late at night to be doing this. There. So once I hope you realise you wanted to restart. Yeah, fair enough. Focus on the centralisation. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. It's good to see the perspective. It's mostly what my streaming is about letting people see how my brain interprets the challenges you get in these kind of games, you know, Factorio and the mods, and also in Anno, like, or any other building game where there's like that kind of challenge, puzzle, whatever. I think it's interesting to see how other people deal with it. So part of what I'm streaming for is to give that kind of perspective to other people. It's 140 rails long. I want to divide it into 3 sections, which does not work. 46 2/3. So I want to find dead center. I want to get 70 units exactly. It's here by that rock. That's the tree, that's the rock. There, I think. That's 71. So that, yeah. Center is between those two ones. That's a good spot to work from. Know where the middle is, I can work out from there to do everything else. But that's, yeah, not for tonight. Pace is nice. Fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, speed running instead of like enjoying it or coming up with new ideas, just doing the same thing over and over. I see what you mean. Not so good. Same. I did. It's actually on. I streamed doing the There Is No Spoon. I did it in like 7 hours 35 minutes or something like that. That's the fastest I've done vanilla, and the fastest I'm interested in doing vanilla. Like, I want to try new things. That's why I started these mods. They're like a big change and pretty much the only one you can safely stream. So I thought we'd go for it and learn new things, chill, you know, take time and poke at different stuff to try and understand it. I'm not a very technical person in general. You know, I can understand like code and I can understand logic and stuff, but it's not my strength, or like it's not something I've been educated in. But just something I kind of enjoy poking at a bit in a very amateurish way. So that's kind of how I approach it. But yeah, I'm gonna drop the save in here. See save. There we go. Wrap things up because we're 8 hours and 5 minutes in, and we are very much in danger of me getting dragged into 9, 10, 11 hours if I don't forcibly stop myself at the 8 hour mark. So for my own safety and sanity, we will wrap up the stream here. Thank you very much for joining me, everyone who stopped by today or is catching the video later. Really do appreciate all the support I've had so far. It's been amazing, really great, and thank you for hanging out with me for the last however long it's been, Jay. Really lovely to have your perspective on things and to have the company in chat while I've been trying to work out what the hell's going on here. Really do appreciate it for sure. We'll be back with this factory on Sunday. We'll carry on getting the rail network designed into place and start converting everything onto it, so we can improve the way things are, tidy them up a bit and get it ready to scale up and go to space, however that works, which I'm looking forward to. Look at that in the next session on Sunday. Starts at 2 PM GMT. I'll be back streaming tomorrow. Tomorrow is Friday, so I'm back doing Minecraft Ocean Block with my friend Mondo, another co-op. You know, it's been nice. That's a very different game. a lot more chill and less brain fuzz. So I'm looking forward to catching up with Mondo tomorrow and carrying on with that little island in Minecraft. That'll be fun. Yeah, no problem, Jay. You know, when you're available, pop in. It's nice to have you, but you're under no obligation, so don't worry about it. And yeah, have a good evening too. Played MC Minecraft, yeah, quite a bit, not a lot. I mean, check out the rest of the VODs or the stuff on YouTube. Me and my friend Mondo started a ocean block, which is similar to Skyblock, but like lots of ocean. Really, it's a really interesting take on it. I quite like it. It's my first time really getting deep into the mods. Before I've tried and not really got stuck into it, so I think it's a game where having someone else there to help is a big difference. I've been enjoying it. It is good fun. It's a good mix of mods. Less risk of falling to death. Yeah, absolutely. It's not great because I have a fear of deep oceans, but we'll face that bridge when we get there. Bit more real. Yeah. I like Stone Block for that reason too, where you're underground, surrounded by stone instead. That's another cool take on the same kind of idea. Do like it. But yeah, that's all good fun. Afraid of heights, so yeah, Skyblock wouldn't be great for you. Fair enough. Yeah. Good. So yeah, that's the immediate plan for streams, and then all the regular stuff on the schedule you all can find down in the profile. All that. I think it is Stone Block a long time. Yeah, it's been around a while. They all have, a while now. Old versions of Minecraft, so it does make sense. Ocean Block for Factorio. I have seen that actually. Yeah, very similar. You need to make landfill, but it's a bit more complicated in order to grow and build more. Yeah, and you process the water to get the minerals you need. I've seen it. I'm not sure I played it for very long. Could be something to try out after we've finished with these mods, potentially. Put it on the list. Pretty fun. Yeah, it could be. We might get that go sometime. But yes, I must wrap up. I'm not going to raid into anyone tonight because I am going to pretty much shut down straight away and decompress after all this Factorio madness. So we'll just wrap up the stream here with one last very big thank you for joining me, and hope to see you all again soon. Have a lovely evening, Jay, and everyone else. See you soon.